The Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any point. And pursuant to Committee Rule 4, the chair may postpone further proceedings on approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment. And without objection, all members will have 5 days to submit statements or extraneous materials on today's business. To insert something into the record, please have your staff email the previously circulated address or contact full committee staff. As a reminder to members joining remotely, please keep your video function on at all times, even when you are not recognized by the chair. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves. And consistent with House rules, staff will only mute members as appropriate when they are not under recognition to eliminate background noise. I see that we have a quorum. As members were notified yesterday, we intend to first consider 7 measures and their amendments in block. Then we will move on to consider 4 measures and their amendments separately. Any roll call votes will be postponed to the end of the markup. Pursuant to the notice, for purposes of markup, I now call up the measures and their amendments that were previously circulated to member officers, which, without objection, will be considered in block. And each measure is considered as read, and the amendments to each are considered as read and are agreed to. Without objection, after remarks, the committee will vote to order the measures favorably reported in block as amended if amended, and each amendment or amendments to each bill shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. The measures in the in-block package are H.R. 4693, Global Malnutrition Prevention and Treatment Act of 2021, H.R. 1199, STEM Diplomacy Act, H.R. 2946, Reinforcing Nicaragua's Adherence to Conditions for Electoral Reform Act of 2021, H.R. 4250, War Crimes Rewards Expansion Act, H.Res. 549, condemning the assassination of the Haitian president and urging the United States in global support for Haitian-led solutions with 11 Amendment number 49. H.Res. 547, calling for the continued support of Afghan women and girls after the drawdown of American troops with a Perry Amendment number 269. And H.R. 4686, Cambodia Democracy Act of 2021, with Meeks Amendment number 31. I now recognize myself to speak on the in-block package. The measures we are considering as part of this in-block package are important pieces of bipartisan legislation that demonstrates the values of our committee and our country. We stand for human rights. Afghan girls who face incredible obstacles and vast discrimination simply because they were born with 2 X chromosomes. And I thank Representative Cicilline for his resolution, Representative Manning for her resolution calling for the continued support of Afghan women and girls after the drawdown of American troops. The House of Representatives must speak unequivocally on these issues that we are doing today. We also condemn human rights violators for example, in Nicaragua, where Daniel Ortega has arrested political rivals and presidential candidates who threaten his rule while violently cracking down on protesters on the street. Across the world in Cambodia, Hun Sen had ruled since 1985 and continues to place restrictions on political and social activity, civil society, and free speech, while of course constraining the ability for free and fair elections in the country. The Renancer Act, introduced by my good friend Representative Series, builds on the text of H.R. 1918, the Nicaragua Human Rights and Anti-Corruption Act of 2018, by increasing diplomatic coordination and transparency on Nicaragua's human rights violations. The Cambodia Democracy Act, introduced by Representative Shabbat, requires the imposition of targeted sanctions on those responsible for serious human rights violations in the country. In addition to these two measures, the War Crimes Rewards Expansion Act expands the categories in which whistleblowers can receive rewards for providing information on war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity. This committee will not stand by silently and allow human rights violators to act without taking a stand. Today, we will also pass a resolution condemning the assassination of the Haitian President Jovenel Moïse, the first head of state assassinated in the Western Hemisphere since President John F. Kennedy. This committee held the first full committee hearing on Haiti in over a decade this March, and the problems plaguing our Caribbean neighbor have only exacerbated since that time. Last week, I attended the funeral of President Moïse with a small American contingent, which was bipartisan, and I can now attest firsthand to the tragic tensions, turmoil, and tumult engulfing our Haitian brothers and sisters. Let me also acknowledge Representative Houlihan for her STEM Diplomacy Act. This committee must look to the future, and as tech skills and scientific knowledge become ever more important to our world, we must ensure that our diplomatic corps includes people equipped with these vital skills. The STEM Diplomacy Act is absolutely crucial step in this direction. Finally, let me thank my good friend and ranking member McCall for the Global Malnutrition Prevention and Treatment Act of 2021. If there is one thing everyone on this committee can agree on, it is the importance of making sure people around the world receive the necessary nutrition and that food shortages and starvation are ended once and for all. All of the legislation in the en bloc reflects the committee's continued important bipartisan work, and I thank all of the members for contributing to these efforts. I strongly support the measures we are considering today, and I urge all members to join me to do the same. I now recognize my friend and the ranking member of this committee, Mr. McCall of Texas, for his remarks.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I call you my friend as well. And I look forward to a bipartisan markup after the last markup we had, which was quite a grueling exercise. And, we had a good debate, everybody got their views out. But I always think this committee is best when we work together, and I know you feel the same way. But I'm pleased to be considering measures authored by my Republican colleagues, including Mr. Shabbat's Cambodia Democracy Act, Ms. Virginia Fox's War Crimes Rewards Expansion Act. Also pleased that you, sir, will allow my bill on the Global Malnutrition Prevention and Treatment Act go forward. Proud to lead this bipartisan legislation with you, sir, my good friends, alongside Representatives Kim and Houlihan. An estimated 3.1 million children perish every year due to malnutrition. It's really sad. And almost half of those deaths among children are under the age of 5 are linked to malnutrition, mainly in low and middle income countries. Every parent wants to be able to put food on the table. They want to be able to nourish their families and provide for themselves. Without proper nutrition, children can't learn, they can't go to school, and develop into healthy and capable adults. We also know that a lack of nutrients in the early stages of a child's life means a lifetime of developmental issues. So this bipartisan bill will support efforts to scale up targeted and effective nutrition programs in countries most at risk for severe malnutrition. We focus our efforts and leverage additional resources so we can have a real impact on people's lives around the world. I'm also proud of the work being done in the Texas community to tackle global food insecurity and malnutrition. Texas A&M, Baylor, UT Austin are pioneering cutting-edge research to improve food security. And the Eleanor Crook Foundation, along with constituents in my district, are drawing attention to the needs of some of the most vulnerable people in the world. I also want to thank USAID and our implementing partners for their partnership to advance this important legislation. And I'm pleased there are several important measures on this markup, and I do believe, but we are, Mr. Chairman, missing one important opportunity today. This committee should take action today to stand in solidarity with the people of Cuba. This historic time, these protests on the island, demonstrate the Cuban people's struggle for freedom and all that it entails. America must support the Cuban people in their efforts, and we must hold the Cuban dictatorship and the regime accountable for their human rights violations. This week, I had the opportunity to talk to many Cuban Americans at a rally across from the White House, and I have to say it was very inspiring. Freedom-loving people, democracy, civil liberties are and should never become partisan issues. We always stand, Mr. Chairman, for democracy and freedom over tyranny and oppression, and that's what our founding fathers stood for. So these are bipartisan, that reinforce American principles that should be considered, I think, today. As members of Congress and Americans, we have a moral obligation and duty to support the Cuban people and their aspirations for a free and democratic society. So I hope on both sides of the aisle we can come together and support democracy, support what this nation was founded on, the idea. America's an idea, and it's about freedom and democracy over tyranny, oppression. Communism, communist dictators, socialist dictators is not the answer. I was also disappointed we couldn't bring up the Nord Stream 2. I've been talking about this for quite some time. We're allowing Putin's pipeline to go into Europe. As we shut down Keystone Pipeline, we allow Putin's pipeline to go into Europe, and the Russians attack Colonial Pipeline, shutting down our own infrastructure in the United States. Not to mention the poisoning of Navalny, which violated the Chemical Biological Warfare Treaty. Putin needs to be sanctioned for this horrific act of attacking his political opponents with chemical poison. So, you know, it's my sincere hope we consider measures related to these topics at the next markup. Again, as I said at the outset, I'm pleased to return to some bipartisanship, sir. And I think I probably speak for, I would say, almost every member of this committee when I say that, bar maybe a couple, but I think the most of us agree with this. So, and if I could close, sir, I really want to thank Ms. Manning and Ms. Kim and Mr. Wilson on this committee, Salazar, and all the members on this committee for supporting the Afghan women. You know, the decision's been made to draw down, and we respect that. But we have to protect the women. The Taliban is making huge advances across the country. And when our military is out in just a matter of weeks, they will invade the provincial capitals, and I fear for the plight of the women left behind and what will happen to them under a Taliban rule of Sharia law where they cannot be educated, they will be tortured. We saw the school of 200 children, girls being blown up, and I think we still have, while we won't have troops there anymore, sir, I still think we have a moral obligation to protect them. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member for his comments, and be assured that I think that we're united in standing with the Cuban people. That is, I look forward to working collectively on that matter. I think that we can agree that Cuban people should have the right to demonstrate freely as we fight for that right all over the world, even here in the United States of America. And they should have that freedom to do that and access to the internet I think that's extremely important, and I look forward to working with my friend and in a bipartisan manner on that issue. And likewise with Nord Stream 2. That is a very important issue of which we need to talk about in this committee, and I look forward to working with the gentleman also in regards to Nord Stream 2. I'm now going to recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans for the purpose of speaking on the in-block package. If you miss your turn, please let our staff know, and we will come back to you. So does anyone wish to speak on the in-block? Representative Albio Series of New Jersey, who's the chair of the subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for calling this marker. I would like to speak briefly about H.R. 29-46, reinforcing Nicaragua's adherence to the Conditions for Electoral Reform Act of 2021, or the Renaced Act. I introduced the Renaced Act in April with Congresswoman Salazar, Congressman Green, and other bipartisan colleagues to build upon the NICA Act of 2018. The goal of this bill is to provide more tools for the U.S. government to support the Nicaragua people in the face of Daniel Ortega's assault on their most basic rights. In just the last 2 months, the Ortega regime has arrested over 24 opposition figures, including 7 presidential candidates. Daniel Ortega's intentions are clear. He hopes to eliminate the political opposition, civil society, and independent media in order to consolidate a one-party dictatorship in Nicaragua. The United States must do everything it can to promote free, fair, and competitive elections this November in Nicaragua. We should implement a results-oriented diplomatic strategy in coordination with our allies in Europe, Canada, and Latin America that aligns targeted sanctions against individual regime officials with specific outcomes. We need to expand oversight of international financial institutions lending to Nicaragua to ensure that any foreign funds go to helping the Nicaragua people and not lining the pockets of Ortega and his supported friends. The Renaced Act does this and more. I urge you all to support this important legislation. Last week, Congressman Green and I met with Berta Valle and Vicky Cárdenas, the wives of Felix Madariaga and Juan Sebastián Chamorro, 2 leading presidential candidates who were arrested and forcibly disappeared 50 days ago. I learned last night that these 2 women have now been convicted in absentia for treason by the Ortega regime, simply for coming to Washington and asking for help in getting their husbands released. This is brutality of the criminal Ortega regime. When we spoke with Berta and Vicky, it was not about U.S. policy. These brave and courageous women just want to see their husbands again. By passing the Renaced Act, we can send a strong message that we stand with Berta, Vic, and Vicky, and the more than 140 political prisoners, their families, and with all Nicaraguans in defending their rights to choose their own leader. I also want to speak briefly about 2 other pieces of legislation. First, I want to say a few words in support of Congressman Castro's legislation, H.R. 4589, the Diversity and Inclusion at the Department of State's Act. Diversity is one of this country's greatest strengths, but the diversity we see around the country is not fully reflected in the senior ranks of our foreign service. I applaud Congressman Castro's effort to change that by improving retention and ensuring greater equity in hiring and promotion. Finally, I want to speak about Congresswoman Federica Wilson's House Resolution 549, condemning the assassination of Haitian president, urging United States support for Haitian leaders' resolution. I was sickened by the murder of President Jovenel Moïse in Haiti. Such brazen violence has no place in democracy. I join with my colleagues in expressing our commitment to listen to the Haitian people as they develop a policy response to the gang violence, economic devastation, and political crisis we are witnessing. I want to recognize Chairman Meek's tireless effort in recent weeks to support Haiti. As chairman of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, I will continue to work to promote the peaceful and democratic aspiration of the Haitian people. Thank you. And I also want to finish by saying, I am very disappointed that we don't have a Cuban resolution, and hopefully we can have one on the floor. When acts like this happen, we usually pretty quickly do things in terms of human rights, supporting people. I hope that the leadership will bring my resolution and this Hezbollah's resolution to the floor before we leave for the summer break. We'll be very disappointed for the Cuban people if we have done nothing until when we leave. Thank you, and I appreciate everybody's support. Thank you, and you're back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Steve Shabbat of Ohio, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and the Nonproliferation for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As ranking member of the committee that you just mentioned, I'd like to voice my strong support for H.R. 4686, the Cambodia Democracy Act, bipartisan legislation that I introduced along with my Democratic colleague, Alan Lowenthal. He and I are co-chairs of the Congressional Cambodia Caucus, and we're pleased to champion this legislation, which Ted Yoho first introduced a couple years back. He has, of course, since retired. I also want to thank Mr. Chairman, yourself, for working with us to bring this bill to markup today, and for your amendment, which updates the findings to address the fact that since 2017, Prime Minister Hun Sen's repression, unfortunately, hasn't gotten any better. As my colleagues are aware, Hun Sen's latest crackdown on the opposition began in the run-up to Cambodia's 2018 elections. He arrested Kem Sokha, the leader of the Cambodia National Rescue Party, on bogus charges, and then proceeded to ban the whole party and then persecute other leaders of that party. Hun Sen also shut down NGOs and independent media, including the National Democratic Institute and Radio Free Asia. Unfortunately, the crackdown has continued to this day. Hun Sen and his cronies have kept the bogus charges hanging over Kem Sokha's head and prohibited him from participating in any political activity. They've also continued to target opposition politicians, as well as civil society activists and journalists. In fact, starting last November, they began mass trials against opposition party members. As a result, next year's commune elections will go forward without viable opposition party representation. That means that once again, Cambodia's elections will not be free, nor will they be fair. Sadly, this crackdown is nothing new. Hun Sen has ruled Cambodia since 1985 and has stayed in power by using the apparatus of the state to stifle meaningful political opposition. In fact, he's been in office longer than any other leader in Southeast Asia. It's time for repression in Cambodia to end. While the European Union revoked some of its everything but arms trade preferences for Cambodia, Hun Sen hasn't really faced any stiff consequences from the United States, and that's embarrassing. It's well past time that we crack down on his crackdown. That's why the Cambodia Democracy Act imposes sanctions on those who participated in Hun Sen's illegal, arbitrary attempt to smother democracy. By targeting those directly responsible and holding them accountable, it's our hope that we can get Hun Sen and his cronies to realize that the only path forward for the country is to allow free and fair elections. The Cambodian people deserve no less, and we must stand with them in their quest for their democratic rights. Since the crackdown in 2017, Hun Sen has repeatedly claimed that he wants better relations with the U.S. But he is the one who has made this terrible situation continue to this day. And in light of these points, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for bringing H.R. 4686 up for consideration today and for your support. And I would urge my colleagues to support the measure. Before I yield back, I wanted to make one final point. While moving forward with the Cambodian Democracy Act is most welcome, I am disappointed that we aren't considering anything on Iran or on Russia or on Cuba. On Iran, this administration seems bound and determined to suck us back into flawed Iran deal, which is a huge mistake, come hell or high water. On Russia, the Biden administration talks tough, criticizes the previous administration, but really has done very little. It's all talk and no action. And on Cuba, Mr. Chairman, this administration's silence has been deafening. One can't help but wonder whether that silence today is related to the growing support for socialism in the other party. That's sad to say. That bastion of socialism just 90 miles from our southern border could finally experience real change, real freedom. We must support the democratic aspirations of the Cuban people. Silence today on these issues, unfortunately, speaks volumes. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Ted Deutsch of Florida, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks, for holding this markup. As we prepare to head home for August, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your active leadership on this committee. Since you've taken over as chair, these regular markups have allowed us to advance important pieces of legislation and reassert Congress's role in foreign policy, and I greatly appreciate your efforts. Look forward to continuing to work together to do just that. I want to take a moment just to speak briefly on some of the measures that we're going to consider today. I'm proud to co-sponsor Representative Wilson's HRES 549. I'm glad we'll advance this resolution, which condemns the assassination of the Haitian president and urges the United States and global support of Haitian-led solutions to the current political crisis. The assassination of President Moise is a terrible and tragic act. Congress and the American people must stand ready to assist the government and people of Haiti in this difficult moment. We do, and I thank Chairman Meeks for his leadership on Haiti. I join with the people of Haiti and the Haitian diaspora community, especially in South Florida, in sorrow and in determination to help ensure the stability of our friend and Caribbean neighbor. I also support Representative Manning's HRES 547, which calls for the continued support of Afghan women and girls after the drawdown of American troops. Since 2001, the United States has sought to create an environment that respects the human rights of Afghanistan's women, girls, and minorities. And I am grateful that the Biden administration is intensifying diplomacy to advance intra-Afghan talks and the protection of human rights after the U.S. drawdown. We must continue to stand with Afghanistan's women and girls as the U.S. approach to Afghanistan shifts. I also want to mention two bills we'll consider later in the markup. I support Representative Cicilline's HRES 497 that condemns the murder of Ali Reza Fazeli Monfared and the practice of so-called honor killings in Iran. And I thank Mr. Cicilline for his unyielding commitment to standing up for human rights. Congress must advocate for human rights of the LGBTQ community, especially both in Iran and around the world. The murder of Ali Reza must be thoroughly investigated and fully prosecuted. As chairman of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, I believe we have a responsibility to continue to stand against honor killings in the Middle East and around the globe as we fight for human rights. Furthermore, I'm glad that we're going to be marking up Representative Castro's Diversity and Inclusion at the State Department Act. American diplomats should reflect the diversity of our country, and this bill takes important steps to foster opportunity and diversity at the State Department, and I'm grateful to Representative Castro for his leadership on this issue. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I join you and the ranking member and Representative Sires in calling for a continued strong bipartisan response and support for the people of Cuba. I had the opportunity yesterday to meet with three young people, young Cuban Americans who are visiting Washington from South Florida, who came up here to make sure that their voices were heard. in part inspired by the protests that they've seen all across Cuba, in part inspired, as they told me, by the young people from Parkland who got involved in politics after the horrific shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. It is not partisan, as they wanted me and us to understand. It is not partisan to stand in support of freedom of the internet. It is not partisan to stand in support of the freedom to speak out. And it is clearly not partisan to speak in favor of human rights and against mass arrests and jailings of political prisoners. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to our continued efforts to support the people of Cuba. What we've seen in the marches, the rallies across that country are being noticed here by everyone in this country who stands for freedom and the strong support for human rights. Look forward to working together in a bipartisan way to continue to make the position of the House of Representatives and this government very clear on that. And I'm grateful for the opportunity. And again, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member, thank you for the way that you work together. And thank you for the important work that we're doing at this morning's markup. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch, and gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina, who's the ranking member on the subcommittee of the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Greg Meeks and Ranking Member Mike McCall, thank you for bringing these bipartisan measures before us today. I appreciate supporting several of the measures being considered in the markup. I am particularly grateful to support House Resolution 547, offered by Congresswoman Kathy Manning and Congresswoman Young Kim in support of Afghan women and girls. As we are witnessing record high murderous civilian casualties with the dangerous withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan, it is imperative that the United States maintain our commitment to supporting women and girls in Afghanistan. As we saw with the tragedy of the hideous May terrorist attack on the girls' school in Kabul, killing 90 innocent children, schools and hospitals remain among the most attacked sites with the merciless mass murderers. With territorial gains by the Taliban terrorists, there are real fears of returning to the brutality and oppression imposed on women and girls in the 1990s under the Taliban totalitarian rule. It is critical that women and girls remain a priority in U.S. humanitarian and developmental aid. Additionally, I, in the future, with Chairman Ted Deutsch and Chairman Albio Series, look forward to voting in favor of freedom and democracy in Cuba, where citizens are fleeing from a failed socialist system. Additionally, we need to be considering and address Putin's pipeline, which is putting families of Europe at risk at the same time as in America there is the cutting off of the Keystone pipeline, which is so bizarre that there would be assistance to Russia and then a denial to the citizens of America. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Bill Keating of Massachusetts, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy, the Environment, and Cyber, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yesterday in this Capitol, we heard dramatic and important testimony on the January 6th insurrection, an attack on our democracy in our Capitol. And we realize how these images across the world of this event are being used by our enemies to undercut our position and influence in the world. But we persevered that day on January 6th, and that's why it's so important here in this committee that we continue to move forward to reassert those values, our security interests around the world through the actions that our committee is taking so aggressively. And I want to thank the chair for the important work that you and your team have been doing in this committee. The work we're doing here is vitally important, and I'm encouraged that we're considering additional legislative initiatives that showcase America's values today. Specifically, I want to thank the chairman for considering House Res 547, of which I'm an original co-sponsor. This important legislation authored by Representative Manning calls for the continued support of Afghan women and girls after drawdown of American troops. I've long been an advocate for women's rights and women's education. I want to urge the administration to ensure the inclusion of Afghan women, youth, and other marginalized groups in all aspects of the Afghan society. I also support Representative Cicilline's House Resolution 497. It's a very important bipartisan resolution, condemns so-called honor killings and the murder of Alireza Fazili Monifred, and a person who was brutally killed simply for the gender that he chose to love. Ensuring equality for LGBTQI plus communities has long been an important issue for me, and having held the first ever Foreign Affairs Committee hearing on protecting LGBTQI plus rights, I strongly believe we must condemn these violent actions, and I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. Lastly, I want to thank the chair and ranking member for their work on behalf of Paul Whelan and Trevor Reed, who remain unjustly imprisoned in Russia. These cases of Paul Whelan and Trevor Reed are heart-wrenching, and I'll continue to work towards their release. With that being said, I encourage the chairman to consider including Representative Stevens' resolution, House Res 336, of which I'm a strong supporter, in the upcoming markup after the recess. With that, I want to thank the chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Young Kim of California, who's the vice-ranking member of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation, for 5 minutes. Is Representative Young Kim. I now recognize Representative Andy Levin of Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to just emphasize how much I support the bipartisan work behind many of the resolutions we're considering this morning. And I really salute you and the ranking member and so many of my colleagues for their bipartisan work on Afghanistan, Paul Whelan, Trevor Reed, global nutrition, and many, many other matters. But allow me to focus my remarks this morning on Congresswoman Frederica Wilson's timely resolution on Haiti. The murder of Jovenel Moïse was a devastating example of the extent to which the security situation in Haiti has unraveled. But it should not have been shocking to anyone who follows Haiti closely. For months and months, violent actors have terrorized the Haitian people with impunity, while the international community, the United States included, I fear, failed to heed their cries to change course. This resolution recognizes that in the wake of this horrible assassination, as you say, the first assassination of an elected president in the Western Hemisphere since JFK, and the first assassination of a Haitian president since 1915, we must chart a new path forward when it comes to our Haiti policy. Most importantly, though, it makes clear that the Haitian people must be the ones to lead Haiti's democracy into a new era. It supports their right to determine their own country's future, one of prosperity and lasting security, which the Haitian people deserve at long last. And it embraces a democracy that's real and enduring. Building such a democracy will require free and fair elections, to be sure, and not ones that are rushed and cannot produce credible results. I know how critical it is that we get this right and ensure that conditions necessary for real elections are in place, even if it takes a while. I was in Haiti in 1987 as a human rights observer to the first attempt at democratic elections in that country following the end of the Duvalier dictatorship. I was at a polling place in Carrefour, just outside of Port-au-Prince, as anti-democratic forces sprayed the polling place with weapons fire. It was a miracle that no one was killed. I saw the aftermath of a massacre at another polling place where voters were murdered simply for trying to exercise their right to vote at the St. John Argentine School. A democracy cannot flourish if voters are intimidated, harassed, or killed for participating in it. That isn't a true democracy, nor is one in which power players hash out leadership posts in back rooms or in foreign capitals. If we wish to be a true friend to the Haitian people, we must empower them and their representatives in civil society to rebuild after this tragedy. We must at last pursue a new policy towards Haiti that puts the will and well-being of the Haitian people first. This resolution is an auspicious first step. Again, I thank Congresswoman Wilson and I thank the chair and ranking member for bringing this resolution up today and for including my simple amendment to make sure we describe protocols in Haiti's constitution accurately. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Young Kim of California, who's the vice-ranking member of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. The en bloc being considered before this committee today is comprised of a number of important measures, including a resolution, House Resolution 547, to recognize the gains made by the female Afghans over the past 20 years. I am proud to co-lead this resolution with Congresswoman Manning, pledging strong support for the women and girls of Afghanistan. This resolution is crucial in signaling Congress's commitment to providing robust humanitarian and developmental assistance to women and girls in Afghanistan and calling for their inclusion in peace negotiations. I share the concerns of many of my colleagues on our hasty withdrawal from Afghanistan and the manner which it has been carried out, along with the massive gains made by the Taliban in recent months. I think we can all agree that it is imperative for our country to honor our commitment to the women and girls of Afghanistan and the incredible gains that they have made in the classroom, the workforce, and the halls of government over the past 20 years. We must ensure that our withdrawal does not adversely impact those gains and enables future opportunities for girls to learn and succeed. I urge my colleagues to support this important resolution and for its passage during today's markup. I'm also proud to support the Cambodia Democracy Act as a co-sponsor, H.R. 4686. As introduced by Ranking Member Shabat and Congressman Lowenthal, this bill would hold Hun Sen's regime accountable for violating the democratic and human rights of the people of Cambodia. Over the past decade, Cambodia has moved further and further away from any notion of democratic representation and respect for human rights. Cambodia's government outlawed the country's only political opposition party, forcing the party's leader to flee into exile. Prime Minister Hun Sen continues to rule the country with an iron fist he has for decades. And Cambodia has continued to cozy up to the People's Republic of China as a fellow authoritarian power, raising concerns that Cambodia could help project PRC influence further into Southeast Asia. It is long past time for the United States to impose stricter measures holding the Hun Sen regime accountable for its actions. I support this bill and its imposition of sanctions on Cambodian officials responsible for undermining democracy and human rights protections, to strengthening our approach to Cambodia and lead by example in Southeast Asia. I strongly urge my fellow colleagues to support this measure's passage today, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for yielding back. I now recognize Representative Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone on the committee for your support of my crucial piece of legislation, bipartisan legislation, H.R. 1199, the STEM Diplomacy Act. I'd also like to thank my colleagues, Representatives Meyer, Sherman, and Liu, for their support on this bill. Through this legislation, we will be able to break down barriers that prevent the State Department from hiring STEM experts who are uniquely qualified to advance policies on technical issues such as pandemic preparedness and global health, or cybersecurity, or nuclear nonproliferation, data analytics, the environment, and so much more. For our national security and standing on the world stage, we have to work to ensure that our State Department is attracting and retaining the very best and brightest that our country has to offer. And when we see policies that hinder this, we must work in a bipartisan way to fix them. So several years ago, I learned that unless you have a degree in the humanities, you cannot apply to fill many of the civil service jobs at the State Department. In other words, this outdated policy excludes STEM experts with professional and academic training from filling roles that examine complex technical issues where that expertise is very much needed. And this, of course, is extremely short-sighted. Foreign diplomacy in 2021 requires a nuanced understanding of issues like cybersecurity, nuclear proliferation, bioterrorism, and so much more. And that's why I wrote the Supporting Technical Experts in Managing, or STEM Diplomacy Act, so that STEM professionals can serve their country in these mission-critical roles. The STEM Diplomacy Act authorizes the Secretary of State to waive Office of Personnel Management, or OPM, hiring requirements for certain civil service positions at the department if the candidate is able to display significant expertise in STEM fields relevant to the position for which they are applying. It's crucial that technical experts are involved in the development of complex foreign policy, and Congress should be promoting the hiring of STEM professionals at all levels of government. We have an opportunity today to create a more diverse and effective State Department, and the STEM Diplomacy Act would take advantage of that critical opportunity. I would also like to speak briefly about HR 4693, which I'm proud to be a co-lead on as well, and that is the Global Malnutrition Prevention and Treatment Act. And I'm grateful to Chairman Meeks, Ranking Member McCall, and Representative Young Kim for their sponsorship and leadership of this critical issue as well. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of the global burden of malnutrition are very serious and lasting for individuals and their families, for communities, and for countries. The World Food Program estimates that 296 million people in 35 countries where they operate are without sufficient food, 111 million more people than in 2020. And the growing number of people who are experiencing food nutrition insecurity is likely to exacerbate the already large gender gap in rates of malnutrition. Investing in global nutrition translates to lives saved, economic gains, and a more stable civil society. For every $1 we invest in nutrition, we see a $35 return in economic gain. But even more importantly, our strategic support for USAID through this legislation will help save millions of lives. In 2019 alone, the organization reached 27.2 million children and provided life-saving nutritional interventions. It's now more important than ever that we invest in programs that fight malnutrition, especially as we navigate our way out of this pandemic, both domestically and globally. And with that, Mr. Chair, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Chris Smith of New Jersey, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would first like to strongly support and express my thanks to Albie Osiris for HR 2946, reinforcing Nicaragua's adherence to conditions for Electoral Reform Act of 2021. Just last week on Tuesday, I chaired a hearing at the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission that looked at the horrible track record on human rights of the regime of Daniel Ortega, and in particular, how Ortega has jailed and disappeared political rivals, including at least 6 of those who are running against him for president. What does he do? He throws them in jail. We heard from Bianca Jagger, as well as the wives of 2 jailed presidential candidates, Felix Maria Diago and Juan Sebastian Chamorro. Ms. Jagger in particularly spoke extremely forcibly about condition in Daniel Ortega's Nicaragua and the need for this bill, summarized, and I quote, "The Renaissance Act should be approved and implemented as soon as possible with an extensive, legally mandated investigation of the corruption of the Ortega family and circle of power, and a similar in-depth investigation of Russian interference in Nicaragua will have to be implemented. Renacer, which in Spanish means rebirth, will send a signal of hope to Nicaraguans and also an unequivocal signal to Ortega of American and international will to collaborate to stop the dynastic designs to consolidate a North Korea-like dynasty dictatorship in the middle of the Americas. The wife of Felix Maradiaga, Berta Valdez, said, and I quote her in part, "For years, Felix has been a target of attacks by the Ortega regime because he speaks truth to power. He has been beaten, confined to house arrest, and threatened. For months, he endured 24/7 surveillance by the police. They have tried again and again to silence him, but he never stands down." In like manner, Victoria Cardenas also told us about her husband, Juan Sebastian Chamorro, who dares to speak out against Ortega's oppression. Quote, "The regime has also persecuted and harassed me and my family. They have brought a civil case against me, my sister, and my mother, which would take away all of my mother's assets. They have brought a criminal case against me, and there's an open warrant for my arrest. Not only has her husband disappeared, a presidential candidate, but they're going after his wife as well. It is clear that Ortega is using every part of Nicaragua's institutions, including its judicial system, to not only persecute those who challenge the government, but also their family members." I would point out to my colleagues that I met with Ortega back in 1984. Frank Wolf, Tony Hall, and one other member of Congress, Bob McEwen from Ohio, met with him for about 2 hours. We pressed human rights abuses he was committing then. We used OAS reports of those abuses, and we were treated horribly. The three of us got sick from the water he gave us. The only one who didn't drink it didn't get sick. I mean, this man, unfortunately, has a despicable record of human rights abuses. And now, as we approach the November elections, he's just systematically arresting and putting his opponents into prison. I'd point out that, in early August, the filing deadline is fast approaching. And how do you file for a presidential candidate, for a presidential run when you're off somewhere in solitary confinement or worse? I'm hoping to lead a delegation. I'm going to request that other members join me to go to the prisons to meet or try to meet with people inside the Nicaraguan prisons who are these tremendous political candidates. No matter who wins, we want the election to be free and fair. And again, this legislation authored by my good friend and colleague, Albio Sears, and you all know what the provisions are, so I won't go through them, will help make the difference. So thank you, Albio. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Kathy Manning of North Carolina, who's the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Meeks and Ranking Member McCall, for convening this markup today. We're here to discuss several important issues that involve basic human rights and safety, including the United States support for Afghan women and girls. As U.S. troops withdraw from Afghanistan after 20 years, and as the Taliban continues its threats, terrorizing, brutalizing, and killing citizens and seizing territory with alarming speed, it is imperative that the United States stand with Afghan women and girls. We know what happened under the Taliban rule in the 1990s. Afghan women and girls were brutally oppressed, prohibited from attending school, and were subject to egregious acts of violence. Since 2001, opportunities for Afghan women have dramatically improved, with Afghan women increasingly gaining employment and Afghan girls gaining the ability to pursue an education. All these gains are now at risk. We have good reason to be alarmed. We've all witnessed horrific acts of violence against Afghan women and girls. In May, an attack on a girls' school killed 90 people and injured dozens more. Afghan women and girls need our support. They have called out to us for help, and they are astonishing in their bravery and their determination to stay in place and fight to maintain the advances they have made and to save their country. That's why last week, Congresswoman Young Kim and I introduced a bipartisan resolution that calls for continued robust humanitarian and diplomatic assistance to support women and girls in Afghanistan. And we call for the administration to ensure that Afghan women have meaningful participation in the peace talks. Afghan women must have a seat at the table. As the committee considers this important resolution, I urge my colleagues to remember the urgency of this situation and to support House Resolution 547. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Maria Salazar of Florida, who's the vice-ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? I'm not sure you can. Can you? What about now? Stop the clock and start it again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here before several great bills. We're hearing several great bills, but we're missing a very important one, Cuba. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I feel that ignoring Cuba in this hearing is lamentable. We're ignoring the loudest cry for freedom we have heard in this hemisphere in 60 years. As you know, thousands of Cubans are on the streets right now while we're sitting here in this air-conditioned room free to express our opinions. This hearing is being broadcast live through internet, something we take for granted, but that the Cubans are dying in the streets in order to have it. The Cuban government is shutting off internet because they do not want the world to see how they're trampling over the Cuban people. If we ignore Cuba, we're playing right into the regime's hand. On this committee, Mr. Chairman, we're dealing with critical issues, urgent ones, and I commend you for touching on Haiti. The president was recently assassinated, and we are ensuring a peaceful transition. I commend you for including legislation about Haiti. Nicaragua's dictator, Daniel Ortega, announced he is now going after the wives of his political opponents, and I commend you for including legislation about Nicaragua. And I thank my very good friend, Congressman, Democrat Albio Osiris, for championing Nicaragua legislation that we introduced together a few months ago, because the Nicaraguans are hurting. This morning, we find out that Ortega is going after the wives of these candidates. What a canalla. Democracy in Nicaragua, Mr. Chairman, is hanging by a thread, but we have one last chance to act. In front of us, there is a bill that Congressman Osiris and myself introduced together. That means that Republicans and Democrats are working together. That is exactly what Daniel Ortega needs to hear. What are the consequences of jailing their political opponents? This bill sanctions Ortega's corrupt inner circle. It stops them from enriching themselves at the expense of the Nicaraguans. It prevents the Ortega regime from receiving money from banks so that no American financial institution will be an accomplice to the Ortegas. It's called the Renaissance Act, and it also creates a coordinated strategy with our allies and partners to ensure that the world acts together in rejecting Ortega's evil plans. But where is Cuba, Mr. Chairman? My colleague, Nigol Maliatakis, has introduced a strong legislation that should be before us today. My colleague, Mario Diaz-Balart, has introduced language. And my Democrat colleague, Debbie Wasserman-Schultz, has also introduced very strong legislation on Cuba. Cuba has nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats. That's why Democrats and Republican congressmen and congresswomen are wondering, Mr. Chairman, where is Cuba? We cannot consider the Cuba issue a bipartisan issue. It's an American issue helping the Cubans who are yearning for freedom. So addressing the Western Hemisphere's longest reigning military dictatorship should be your highest priority, Mr. Chairman. Where am I wrong? Could you please tell me? Can you answer me?
As I indicated to Ranking Member McCall, I look forward to working very closely with you and other members as we strong Stanley with those individuals from Cuba who want to have free demonstrations as we fight all over the world for people to have the freedom to demonstrate, as we fight, in fact, right here in the United States of America, as well as having access to the internet. So we look forward to continuing to work with you and others in a bipartisan way to make sure that we have a voice.
Well, we
to
can
deal with
make
that.
it happen now in this hearing. We need resolution. We need to send a message to the world that the U.S. House of Representatives Foreign Affairs Committee is with the Cubans. Has nothing to do with Democrats or Republicans. You are a Democrat, I'm a Republican, but we need to send that message in a unison fashion. We need your help. And in this markup, there's nothing on Cuba. So please, I would like to, and I don't know if the rules are, I'm following the rules, but I do know that I'm representing the Cubans in Miami who are demanding to help their people. Has nothing to do with political parties, sir. So I need your help. Can I count on it? We need to work together right away. And I thank you for wanting to do that. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Karen Bass of California, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights for 5 minutes.
First of all, let me thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership in pulling this markup together, and Ranking Member McCall for bringing several bipartisan bills together. I want to reference H-Res 496, H supporting the continued work of the U.S. Africa Development Foundation, H.R. 4589, Diversity and Inclusion at the Department of State Act, and H.R. 4693, the Global Malnutrition Prevention and Treatment Act. So for H.R. 496, for over 40 years, not only has the U.S. African Development Foundation fulfilled its purpose of fostering hope, growth, and goodwill on the continent, but its mission to support African-led businesses by providing technical support and seed capital to ensure its vision of empowering those in underserved markets in being fulfilled every day. The U.S. ADF continues to create pathways for the underserved by investing in the continent's youth through business and entrepreneurship, renewable energy and agriculture, and food security. The continued support of USADF as an independent agency and supporting the organization's model of an all-African staff and implementing partners that are based on the continent, giving USADF the ability to work in the fragile and conflict areas of the Horn, the Sahel, and Lake Chad, and the Lake Chad Basin. H.R. 4589 aims to increase diversity at the State Department in its own way. One way is by highlighting the need for the Board of Examiners to reflect our multifaceted society. They are the gatekeepers who facilitate entry into the Foreign Service, and they should be a collection of people from all backgrounds. H.R. 4693, the Global Malnutrition Prevention and Treatment Act, approximately half of the deaths among children under the age of 5 is due to malnutrition in low and middle income countries. The COVID-19 pandemic and the effects of climate change have only exacerbated malnutrition and food insecurity in many places around the world, including Africa. These factors, along with conflict, unstable economies, and more frequent droughts, are undoing years of progress regarding food security. So I applaud my colleagues for examining our policy on global malnutrition and ensuring that resources are targeted to priority communities and countries that are most impacted. With that, I ask my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there any other further requests for recognition? Hearing no further requests for recognition, the committee will proceed to consider the notice items in block. Pursuant to the previous order, the question occurs on the measures in block as amended if amended. We're going to take a vote by voice, so will all members please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The measures considered in block are agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to the previous order of the committee, each measure is ordered favorably reported as amended if amended, and each amendment or amendments to each bill shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Now that there are votes that have been called, we will recess until after votes on the floor has been completed. This committee stands in recess.
Well done. That was far less painful than
The last time. 4, 3. Hearing come to order. Let me first apologize to members, because I value every member's time. And we went longer than we had anticipated. Ranking Member McCall and myself was attending a meeting with the Prime Minister of Iraq. And of course, it overran its time. I would just say here, he gave some very extensive, shall we say, answers. But I apologize to everyone. I know people was waiting and did not know when to come back, and I don't like to do that. I like to keep members informed, and I try to the degree that we can to be on time. So I apologize to you, and we'll get back to work now. So now on to the next items of business. We will be considering separately the following measures. H.R. 4589, the Diversity and Inclusion at the Department of State Act. H.Res. 496, supporting the continued work of the United States African Development Foundation as it creates pathways to prosperity for underserved communities on the African continent through community-led development. H.Res. 497, condemning the murder of Ali Raza Fazeli Monfarad and the practice of so-called honor killings in Iran and for other purposes. And H.R. 4526, City and State Diplomacy Act. So we move on to consider H.R. 4589, the Diversity and Inclusion at the Department of State Act. Pursuant to notice and for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 4589. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 4589, a bill to amend the State Department's Basic Authorities Act.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and without objection, the bill shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. At this time, I recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. I proudly support H.R. 4589. This legislation which is sponsored by Representative Castro, and I thank him for all of his hard work and commitment to this issue. It codifies some changes already by the State Department while also implementing several new important initiatives. It authorizes the establishment of a Chief Diversity and Inclusion Office at the State Department, creates a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Accessibility Leadership Council, strengthens and broadens mentoring and senior executive training programs, and calls for a more representative promotion boards. It also amends the Foreign Service Act of 1980 to promote increased diversity and inclusion in the Foreign Service. This bill also includes important oversight mechanisms that will ensure Congress has data on this important issue. And I've spoken before about how these issues are very personal to me and how I did not know about foreign policy career paths as a young man in school. This legislation is not about undercutting merit. It is about finding uncovered diamonds in the rough and making sure that people from underrepresented backgrounds have the support they need to navigate a career in foreign policy. I strongly support the Diversity and Inclusion at the Department of State Act and encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Now, I realize members wish to speak on the bill and that some members have amendments to offer, and I'll recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans for the purpose of speaking on the bill first. And if you miss your turn, please let our staff know, and we will circle back to you. Then we'll move on to amendments. And now recognize Ranking Member McCall for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say first, I support this office. And I did talk to the ambassador yesterday, and I have deep appreciation for your interest and commitment to this issue. As I talked to the ambassador, she's only been in office since April, I know that she's still gathering data, putting together her strategy. For example, just 1 week ago, Secretary of State sent a cable to all post overseas asking for demographic information from employees. And shortly after that, the department submitted a report to Congress that details, all the steps that are being taken internally to address diversity, recruitment, employment, retention, and promotion. So based on that ongoing process, I believe that while I want to be supportive of this, I believe that it is premature at this time until the ambassador gets more of this information and data that she's been trying to scrub, as she said in her words to me on the phone. And it's almost like putting the cart before the horse. The fact is many diversity efforts over the years have failed at state, and that's unfortunate. So I think we should try to understand what works and what doesn't before we go about making permanent changes and creating new titles, programs, and offices until the appropriate time. And I think we could agree on this in a bipartisan way. We had a whole diversity title in the state authorization bill, which we passed on a bipartisan basis earlier. And it's my hope that the Senate will act on it now that it has passed the House. And then when it becomes law, I think we can then take steps in that bill as that plays out. So I remain committed to working with you, Mr. Chairman, on this, as well as the ambassador, who I have a lot of respect for, and she was very honest with me in her phone conversation. I just want to do this right, and I don't want it to be rushed. And with that, I yield back.
Do any other members wish to speak on the measure? I
Mr.
recognize
Chairman?
Representative Titus from Nevada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I too have had a recent conversation with the ambassador, the State Department's Chief Diversity Officer, and I came away with a very different impression from that apparently the ranking member has. I was very encouraged by our conversation. I felt like that Secretary Blinken had chosen the right person, that she really thinks it's important for the State Department itself to reflect the kinds of values of all the people in the United States so that we can share those and promote those around the world and reassert our position of leadership. So I want to thank Mr. Castro for bringing this bill and for letting me work with him on it. I think that diversity should also recognize that it's not just people of color, and we should do more recruiting in our minority-serving universities and our historic Black colleges, but it's also a gender issue. If you compare the recruitment and retention of women at the State Department to men, it's just dismal. And the ambassador acknowledged that and admitted that she wants to stress gender equity as one of the new pillars of the way the operations and organizations of the State Department will be going forward. So I strongly support this. I think it's very important. It sends a strong message, and it also makes systemic change. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else wishes to speak for purposes of speaking on the bill? Mr. Perry, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I, too, will tell you that as a young man and as an older man, I'm unaware of the opportunities at the State Department or how to avail myself to them. But diversity is woven into the fabric of our country. It's part of who we are. We are not an ethnically homogeneous people. The founding principles of our nation, which elevate the dignity of every person regardless of exogenous consideration, calls upon us, white, black, brown, to maintain and fortify the promise of America. However, contrived impositions on diversity as laid out in this bill diminish the notion that we are all equal in the eyes of the law and the eyes of God. For instance, the Chief Diversity Inclusion Officer, an unnecessary new position to begin with, is charged with promoting mentorship and sponsorship for members belonging to traditional underrepresented groups. I think it's insulting and patronizing to insinuate that someone who is qualified enough to work for the United States State Department should require a special accommodation due to the color of their skin. The extent to which the woke Marxist culture is infused into the essence of this bill is astounding. No longer will merit be the exclusive determinative factor for entry into the Foreign Service. This amendment makes it the policy of the United States that the hiring, retention, and promotion of State Department employees must be exclusively based on merit. This bill operates under the assumption that promotion boards, to include the various selection boards as well as the Foreign Service's Board of Examiners, should be more diverse in order to promote more diverse applicants, or else promote applicants who have been brought into the Marxist idea that we should judge people based on social, ethnic characteristics. It's unconscionable in America. It's unconscionable anywhere. To be clear, I understand the good intentions undergirding this bill. However, diversity for its own sake does not serve the interests of our American nation. My concern, among others, is that these promotion boards will become a State Department-based springboard for a woke culture steeped in moral relativism. The promotion boards will focus on promoting individuals based exclusively on immutable characteristics. Decisions based on things like immutable characteristics or your race or your political beliefs is un-American and it's immoral. If you pose that question to many of my colleagues on the left, a question specifying what are the limits of progressivism with respect to race-based considerations, it's more than likely they could not provide any kind of substantive answer. I say that we can and should celebrate our nation's diversity by highlighting the fact that merit can be demonstrated by every single employee of our Foreign Service, regardless of who they are, what their skin color is, or what religion they ascribe to. We are an egalitarian country, meritocracy, based on the principle that if you work hard and remain dedicated to your duties and responsibility, you can succeed. This bill threatens that principle under the guise of limitless progressivism. It's flat out wrong. Our nation was founded on an objective moral principle that all men and women are created equal. Let's not undermine that cornerstone principle of our country. With that, I yield back the balance of the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I just want to, acknowledge that you've not acknowledged the fact that there's been an uneven playing field for a long period of time in this country. The playing field is not level, hasn't been level. You talked about initially our Constitution, et cetera. Clearly, it did not see all as equal, and thereby, for a long period of time, there was no playing field for a number of folks. And we're now trying to make sure there's a more perfect union and that we level the playing field, but it's by far not leveled yet. And it's more than, as indicated by Representative Titus, than just race, even for women who were not included therein. And so what we're talking about here is just simply leveling the playing field and making sure that everybody have, therefore, the same balls, the same field that you're running on with the same yardage, and one is not running uphill and the other is running downhill. But I thank the gentleman for his comments. And now, anyone else wishes to speak on this for purpose of speaking on the bill? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to amendments.
Representative Mast has his hand up. I have my hand up.
Mast? Okay. Representative Mast,
sorry,
you acknowledged for 5 minutes. Representative Mast, are you there? Okay, we're having technical difficulties. We'll make sure that Representative Mast gets an opportunity on the A&S. What purpose does the representative from Texas, Mr. Castro, seek recognition?
To offer an amendment in nature of a substitute to H.R. 4589.
The clerk shall distribute the A&S to your staff virtually and the hearing room. Let's pause briefly to give all members enough time to review the amendment. Has everyone received a copy of the A&S? The clerk will please report the A&S.
Cashier number 57, amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4589. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title, table of contents. Short title, this act...
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and without objection, the substitute will be considered as an original text for the purposes of amendment and shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The representative from Texas, Mr. Castro, is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks, for working with me to get the Diversity and Inclusion at the State Department Act ready for this markup, and to all the other folks who were incredibly helpful, thank you very much. For over 40 years, since 1980, the Foreign Service Act has required that our nation's diplomats be, quote, representative of the American people. However, a recent 2020 GAO study concluded that the State Department has persistently fallen short, and as one example, cited racial and ethnic minorities who are woefully underrepresented in the workforce, especially at the senior ranks. And this is disturbing, but it also isn't new. A 1989 GAO study came to the same conclusion, and little has changed over the last 3 decades. For example, minorities comprise 30% of entry-level foreign service classes, which is already lower than their share of the American population. At the senior-most ranks, that proportion drops by more than half to 14%. And this bill goes beyond recruitment, drilling down on the challenges too many face in being recognized for their skills and talents. And many people argue that no one should be hired or promoted just because of the color of their skin or their gender. I agree, and that's exactly why we need this legislation. I think we can also agree that no one should be kept from a job or a promotion just because of the color of their skin or their gender. And if this was about merit, the State Department would be much more diverse than it is. Just yesterday, a swastika, a white supremacist and anti-Semitic symbol, was carved into an elevator at the State Department. This clear attempt at intimidation demonstrates the urgency of ensuring the State Department is an inclusive environment. Last Congress, as chair of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, I convened 2 hearings on this issue, the first in many years. In those hearings, I heard from former diplomats committed to addressing this issue and also from the administration. And this bill and its amendment in the nature of a substitute also includes feedback from the State Department. The result of these hearings and the number of meetings I held informed multiple pieces of legislation this committee has considered, including the bill that we're marking up today. One early idea from these hearings was the creation of a senior-level Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer who would have the mandate and authority to advocate for positive reforms. The administration has since created that position and named a stellar individual to lead it. This legislation would ensure the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer has the authorities and the mandate to do everything possible to move these issues forward. It also recognizes that the key challenge the department faces is in retention and promotion of women and diplomats from racial and ethnic minorities. Under this bill, when diplomats are promoted, their record on promoting diversity or supporting the careers of their colleagues will be taken into account. The bill also establishes a formal mentoring program for all employees and expands advancement opportunities for the civil service. Promoting diversity not only promotes our values as a nation of immigrants, but is also a national security imperative. Our country's diversity is our strength and our competitive advantage over our adversaries. We must do better to build a diverse workforce that brings creativity and innovative problem solving to address 21st century issues. And this bill, of course, won't solve all of the challenges the department faces, but it will make meaningful progress on this long-standing issue and build on the work this committee has done on this critical issue. This comprehensive bill has received endorsements from several foreign policy organizations who know the enormity of our global challenges and that improving the diversity of our workforce will ultimately lead to better outcomes. The amendment in nature of a substitute I have to offer addresses feedback from the Department of State, including on the role of the Chief Diversity Officer and technical fixes to other parts of the bill. I ask for your support of the A&S and for the Diversity and Inclusion at the Department of State Act to make a meaningful difference on this crucial issue. With that, I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. You know, I recognize myself. I support this amendment, and basically, real briefly, I'm not going to prolong it, is for the reasons that I stated in my opening comments on the legislation. I think that the A&S to H.R. 4589, which only bolsters the underlying legislation, deserves the backing of the members of this commitment. I, again, really want to thank Representative Castro. I think he was very thoughtful in the edits that he's made in the A&S. I think he's also clarified the various points, which I thought was excellent. He's really put a lot of work into this and a lot of thought into this. And I really appreciate your willingness to work with myself and others to further strengthen an already strong bill. So I thank you for that, and I yield back my time. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Mr. Phillips, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
You know, Mr. Chair, I just want to acknowledge my colleague from Pennsylvania's remarks in that the founding of our country is predicated on all men created equal. And all men and women are created equal. The challenge is that our country has not treated them equally since our founding. For generations and decades after our nation's founding, we enslaved people. This is not about guaranteeing better outcomes for anybody based on the color of their skin. This is about ensuring that people have equal opportunity. I simply want to make that part of the record, and I ask that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle recognize what this is really about. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further?
Representative Mast seeks recognition. If I can get the connection to work this time.
Mr. Mast, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I thank you. I thank my colleague, Mr. Phillips, for his comments, and I want to respond to these comments. I agree that the intent, as Mr. Phillips stated, is about making sure that there's an equal opportunity. That is the intent, and I don't believe that it's more than that. But I think that there is a starting point here that is totally inaccurate. And the starting point is exactly what you said, Mr. Chairman, that you believe that there is an uneven playing field right now as we speak. And if that's the starting point, when the reality is that there is not an uneven playing field, then what you're doing is you're putting your finger on the scale. That is literally what you're doing, whether you like it or not. If there's not an uneven playing field, but you're setting it up as though there is, you're tipping the scale. And that's what it is. And I would say this, you know, I see as I look at the videos of the many representatives online, most of them, as well as our hearing room, have the beautiful 50 stars and 13 red and white stripes displayed. That unfortunately some people, even on the 4th of July, were so brash as to call it racist. But I can tell you this, under 50 stars and 13 red and white stripes, every single one of us, we wake up on the uneven playing field of the ability to decide that today is better than yesterday. This week is better than last week. This month is better than last month. This year is better than last year. Every single one of us, or we don't. But we do get to decide that for ourselves. It doesn't matter if yesterday you lost 2 legs and a finger. It doesn't matter if the day before you lost your sight like Dan Crenshaw. It doesn't matter if before that you lost an arm like Jim Baird. And there's bipartisan challenges that people in our body have faced and overcome. And the very serious point that I'm making here is that we are not on an uneven playing field. We are on the greatest playing field in the history of man that does ensure that when we wake up, we do get to decide that it's better or it's not. And we live with the decisions of how that day goes and that week goes and that year goes. And in that, I thank you for the opportunity to yield me some time, and I now yield my time back.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Cicilline,
move to strike the last word.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to first thank Congressman Castro for his extraordinary leadership on this bill, and you, Mr. Chairman, for your continued partnership on this really important issue. And I want to first say that I think what's so important about this amendment in the nature of a substitute is it recognizes what years and years and decades of research have shown, and that is that organizations and people who work within those organizations benefit from diversity. That's an empirical fact. And what it produces is a variety of different perspectives, increased creativity, higher innovation, faster problem solving, better decision making. If it's private companies, increased profits, higher employee engagement, reduced employee turnover, better organizational representation, and improved hiring results. All of those things are benefits to the American people when the organization is the State Department. And so it's, of course, valuable not only to the employees, but to our country and to the diplomatic services that the State Department provides. This notion of, like, if we just close our eyes and pretend everyone has had the same opportunity and has an even playing field and just move forward from this day is just not true. Look at the disparity that exists between the wealth of African Americans in this country and compared to white families. That is a direct result of a set of government policies that were in place. Things like denying African Americans access to federal housing programs, or denying African Americans access to the GI Bill, things that help to build wealth for families, or taking property and not providing appropriate compensation. And so the notion of, like, let's just act as if everyone has had an equal opportunity in this great country is just not true. We can't wish this stuff away. If America is going to fulfill the ideals that we all treasure and that we promote to the world about human dignity and the value of every human being and the importance of people having equal opportunity, we have to acknowledge what preceded today and make it better for the future. That's exactly what this bill does. But you just can't say everyone has a level playing field when there have been decades and centuries of policies and government actions which made that impossible. And thankfully, much, if not all of that is gone, but we're living with the remnants of that still. And so I just think we have to understand our collective responsibility for the sake of our diplomats, for the sake of American leadership around the world, to have the best State Department imaginable. And that means making sure that it reflects the brilliant diversity of our great country. That's what this amendment in nature of a substitute does. I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cicilline. He yields back his time. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Representative Tenney from New York, you're now recognized for 5 minutes. Are you on mute? We can't hear you. Any further debate on the amendment? We can't get to Ms. Tenney. Anyone else have any further debate on the amendment? Hearing none. Are there other amendments? For what purpose does Representative from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to make the proper motion to submit an amendment to the amendment, I believe. I'm not sure of the proper terminology, if that's close.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment to the staff virtually and to the members here in the hearing room. And we'll pause briefly to give all members enough time to review Mr. Burchett's amendment, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, as always. But you forgot to reference me as the 435th most powerful member of Congress. I think since I've achieved this goal that I should be recognized as such. And before we get started, I think Mr. Castro mentioned something about a swastika being etched into somewhere. And I want you to know that disgusts me to my inner core. My parents were World War II veterans. My daddy fought in the Pacific in the Marine Corps, but my mama flew an airplane during the war in the Civilian Air Corps, and she lost a brother fighting the Nazis in the hedgerows. And I can remember as a little boy and to the day she died, if they ever played the national anthem, we were all standing with our hands over our hearts, and my mama would always have a tear. She would always tear up. So I want you to know that's a hideous symbol, represents a hideous time in our history. But
Thank you, Mr.
My folks' generations did the right thing, as the ranking member's daddy was actually fighting the Nazis. So I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did everyone receive the copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Burchett, number 99, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4589.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. The representative from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we all should agree that diversity is a good thing. I agree it is, and I know my colleagues on our side of the aisle do as well. But I think this bill has some issues with it. First, my amendment makes sure that the Chief Diversity Officer must be Senate confirmed. Also, a sunset provision is included, so the Chief Diversity Officer position will expire in 2025. This position can always be reauthorized, but we first should know if the Chief Diversity Officer and her staff are having any positive effect. And I believe by setting a date, it provides some accountability there. But I think the biggest problem with part of the bill that my amendment also addresses is the promotion piece, and it totally removes it. The way the bill is currently drafted has the potential to be misapplied, in my opinion. It ties promotion to a candidate's record of supporting diversity efforts, including in management. And I know the sponsor, Mr. Castro, is trying to do a good thing here, but even if someone supports diversity efforts, they may have no paper record of doing so. And I think that is completely unfair if that costs the person from getting a better position at state. This bill also establishes a new mentorship program at state, even though one already exists. I don't think we should create a new program until we understand what's going on with the one that we already have. So my amendment also asks state to supply us with information like recruitment initiatives, current enrollments, shortcomings, and ways to improve before we create something new that might not work. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett. My friend, I oppose your amendment because the intent of the legislation is to have the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer be rank equivalent to an Assistant Secretary, similar to the department's Chief Information Officer or the Director of the Foreign Service Institute, who serves as the department's Chief Training Officer, but not in a Senate-confirmed position. So it's unnecessary to make this a Senate-confirmed Assistant Secretary, which would take away from the cap on the Assistant Secretaries because the position does not meet the threshold requiring advice and consent of the Senate. Now, in striking the mentorship program, I really strongly oppose this also. In the past year, several outside groups, as well as former ambassadors, have put forward recommendations on ways to tackle the lack of diversity at the mid and senior levels at the State Department. And universally among those recommendations is the need for the State Department to establish formal mentorship programs. And I can tell you that I've had conversations talking to individuals in the State Department and asking about what would help them and what would continue to motivate them and be able to move them into mid and senior level positions. And they've come back to say that, again, like we've been talking about earlier, having a mentorship program, you know, someone that they can relate to and talk to and figure out how to get past the ropes is tremendously important. And I think that will include to people elevating into the mid and senior levels. I think about just talking to some of the folks that I had, some fellows that I was talking to just the other day. and they indicated similar. You know, they're looking for mentorship, and there are a number of individuals come to me and ask me, could I mentor them, you know, in the ways of politics, because they don't not have had the opportunities previously.
I
So
thought that our conversation was off the record, Mr. Chairman.
So I, you know, my good friend from Tennessee, I hear you, but you know, I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. Is there any further debate? Mr. Castro, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I also oppose Mr. Burchett's amendment. It undermines this important bill by adding unnecessary provisions that would weaken its effect. The Office of the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer would be, like many other senior positions, directly reporting to the Secretary without rising to the level of needing a Senate confirmation. The sunset provision in the amendment would undermine the effectiveness of the bill as well. The Department's challenges with diversity are decades long and will need persistent action to fully address them. We cannot just end these efforts at a time that is coincidentally during the next presidential inauguration. Similarly, I oppose the provisions of the bill the provisions that strike the creation of a mentorship program and requiring promotions to take into account a record of promoting diversity. These are recommendations reflected across a number of reports and the committee's oversight actions. The Department of State has a number of mentorship programs, but this authorization is for one specifically geared to tackle the persistent challenges the department faces on diversity. Congress must step up and authorize such a program. Additional reporting requirements are fine, but not at the expense of an authorization of a necessary program at the State Department. Both provisions have been implemented in degrees at the Department of State, including under the Trump administration. And this bill would codify and strengthen those policies. For all those reasons, once again, I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do so as well. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Any other discussions on this amendment?
Mass.
Representative Mass, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I go back to the comments that were made about the underlying legislation and there being an uneven playing field. I would just say that in the remarks of the chairman just now, to quote you, it was to say to motivate them into senior levels. Motivation, a lack of motivation is not the same thing as an uneven playing field. Those are two totally separate things, and I think that's important to note to get to the true spirit, or not rather the spirit, but the true problem with the underlying legislation that we're speaking about here. There is not an uneven playing field, and in that, I yield back.
Representative Tenney of New York, you're recognized for 5 minutes. We can't hear you, Representative Tenney. We cannot hear. Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, this is Representative Houlihan. I have a clarifying question. Would like to be recognized.
Representative Houlihan, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I largely have a clarifying question for Mr. Burchett on this amendment, and I have the same question, frankly, with all the different kinds of amendments that are offered in the spirit with which they're offered. Can you please let me know, sir, if for whatever reason this amendment were passed, and would it perfect this bill to the point that you would be supportive of the bill itself, or is it only is your vote going to be a yes, and then you won't support the other bill?
Ma'am, if my amendment got on there, I would support it. I believe is what was I'm having trouble understanding, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
been riding those motorcycles too much without my earplugs in. I apologize. True story. But I believe that's what she asked. Was that what she asked, Mr. Chairman?
That's what she asked.
All right. Thank you, brother. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Representative Houlihan, do you yield back?
I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment number 99. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no?
No.
No. In the opinion of the
No.
chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Are there any other amendments? For what purposes does the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk. I believe it's 264.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment to staff virtually and to members in the hearing room.
Sorry, what?
Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Perry, number 264, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4589.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved. The representative from Pennsylvania is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I thank my friend, the chairman from New York. I appreciate the gentleman from Texas for his willingness to engage with the committee on this issue. However, I do feel the bill runs counter to our founding principles, and I do urge a no vote on the underlying bill. Diversity is an American strength, but it's an American strength because it's organic and natural and not contrived or imposed from an almighty government. It's because people who are mutably different agree on the same goals. That's when diversity is a strength, when they approach the same goals from different directions based on their background and who they are. We know that we have the best of the best representing us abroad, and that's with indifference to someone's race, gender, or any other distinguishing immutable characteristic. The State Department is tasked with an important mission to promote our country's interests and values abroad. Our mission is not to complicate that mission with an arbitrary mandate that our State Department consider exogenous or immutable factors that have nothing to do with merit. If you are qualified for a job, you should be hired. If you're good at your job, you should be promoted. Immutable characteristics like race shouldn't play a role in any of that. Our job is not to establish ideological litmus tests at the State Department, which is what this bill's promotion boards would do, and to encourage the hiring or promotion of individuals based on anything other than merit. If anyone disagrees with that principle, read the Declaration of Independence. What this bill doesn't address is the real and actual lack of a diversity at the State Department, which is groupthink and leftist ideology, since the agency was infiltrated decades ago, as evidenced by the Venona transcripts, and I encourage you to read them if you have not. It is not our job to show our constituents back home that we are sufficiently woke enough. The folks in the media can wax poetic about the so-called woke culture, but it's irresponsible when we do it because our job demands constant vigilance to the needs of our national security. And that's exactly what this bill does. It imbues a divisive, racist, ideological element into the work that the State Department is charged with doing. Why? What's the point of that? What's the point of intentionally dividing Americans, a people resolutely dedicated to the revolutionary idea that all people, all men and women, are created equal? That's not what this country is about, ladies and gentlemen. Racism in any and all forms is grotesque and unacceptable. It's evil. I understand my friend wanting to correct historical wrongs, but race-based affirmative action, which is what this bill wants to preserve, is not the way to do it. Fixing one wrong by imposing another wrong does not make a right. I hope my colleagues can join me in condemning all manifestations of racism in our government, and I urge adoption of this amendment. And I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I strongly oppose this amendment. Now, I appreciate the sentiment that merit is crucial and should be a core principle of hiring and retention and promotion everywhere. But this amendment misreads the intent of the bill. And because of that, it ends up being duplicative. In no way, shape, or form is this bill undermining merit hiring at the State Department. No one is seeking to bring unqualified people to the department. This legislation is about finding the hidden talent out there, finding individuals who would not be included otherwise, and making sure that the State Department is drawing from all of the intelligent and patriotic people in this country. You know, one of the parallels I talk about, look at the great talent you want to just use. I could use an athletic example. For a long time in this country, great talent of individuals who could play baseball, excluded from playing until 1947 when Jackie Robinson was allowed to play. I will tell you that you can look, and I can tell you, look at the financial services industry and the number of individuals that have been excluded as a result of some of the underlying and continuing discriminatory practices that is in this country as exhibited by, as stated by Congressman Cicilline. But also, let me just say this, because that's what's really important to understand with this piece of legislation. And I don't know why we're just looking at diversity, because diversity as regards to race, it's even more than that. It is important to remember the department also has preferences for the veterans, for example. So I, for one, don't believe that we ought to use this measure to get rid of veteran preferences for hiring at the State Department. Finally, I believe hiring, retention, and promotion at the State Department should be in accordance with what the U.S. law currently is. I'm not saying change the laws as it is right now, because some of the laws, the Jim Crow laws, et cetera, that used to exist don't exist anymore. So I'm saying let's follow the law as it is right now. And the State Department would be more reflective of who we are as a country, to make sure that we have veterans, make sure we have women, make sure that we have people of color, all participating at every level within the State Department. So I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. I also oppose Mr. Perry's amendment. As you mentioned, there are many ways to enter the State Department, including through veterans preference and service in the Peace Corps. We need an effective diplomatic corps that comes from having people who come from a varied set of backgrounds that can represent the full range of the American experience. And that's what we're trying to achieve with this legislation. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment number 264. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested, and pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on this amendment shall be postponed. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 265, I believe.
The representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry. The clerk shall distribute the amendment to our staff virtually and in the hearing room to all members. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Perry, number 265, amendment to the amendment in the nature
Without
of a
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And then Representative Perry from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I thank the chairman. Any funds used to carry out the provisions of this act shall not be used to provide race-based preferential treatment to State Department employees or applicants. That's what this amendment does. The apologism for race-based divisions we are seeing in this country undermines the social fabric of our nation. This amendment to this bill would prohibit the use of funds to carry out the provisions of this act for the purpose of providing race-based preferential treatment to State Department employees or applicants. My colleagues on the other side of the may argue that this bill's tinkering with the State Department's promotion board is based on the notion that we must combat white privilege and offer an opportunity for traditionally underrepresented groups. Now, I can understand the impetus behind working to correct historical injustices, and that's a conversation I'm certainly willing to have. I think everybody on this committee is willing to have that conversation. However, targeting an ethnic group with collective misconduct, which is what white privilege is predicated on, with no consideration for the innocence or culpability of the constituent elements of that group, quite frankly, there's nothing more racist than that. America has everything to gain by creating a level playing field for all State Department employees. As I've said before, we can and should celebrate our nation's diversity by highlighting the fact that merit can be demonstrated by every single employee of our foreign service, regardless of who they are and what their skin color is. This bill's focus to ensure that promotion boards are increasingly represented based on individual immutable characteristics for their own sake risk lending themselves increasing levels of ideological self-selection. Promotions will, if this bill becomes law, become less about merit. They will increasingly be based on immutable characteristics and who ascribes to the leftist group ideology most closely. Is that what we want for our State Department? To become even more characterized by the lack of diversity of thought? Would it not benefit our country that State Department promotions, hirings, and retentions are based on merit, thereby ensuring more diverse perspectives in confronting our common challenges? Interestingly enough, one need look no further than Hollywood to see what the future could have in store for the State Department. Very few conservatives hoping to excel in the movie business would compromise their livelihoods by speaking out against the predominant left-wing ideologies of today. Those who are brave enough do so are mercilessly attacked. Their livelihoods are destroyed. There is nothing in this bill, no guardrails at all, to protect qualified employees up for promotion consideration from being discriminated against on the basis of their personally held beliefs. Somebody who might be well qualified but not fully ascribe to the tenets of today's leftist culture might find themselves out of luck, and if they're any way verbal about what they believe in, out of a job. We've seen through history what happens when an oppressive, intolerant majority takes control, and results can be quite egregious. One only needs to take a cursory look at the greatest tyrannies of the 20th century, the Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China, to see what can happen when intolerant groupthink ideology is taken to its fullest extreme. These sobering historical anecdotes highlight what happens when people are called to turn on each other due to race, class, ideology, gender, and all other exogenous characteristics. All Americans of goodwill should reject these Marxist precepts, which only serve to divide, and embrace the idea that race-based preferences have no place in the United States. And with that, I urge adoption of this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back the balance. I oppose this amendment. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but again, as Mr. Castro has indicated, as I've stated before, there are all kinds of preferences enshrined into the hiring at the State Department. I talked about including veterans' preferences. Mr. Castro gave some other examples. So I don't know why we're just focused on race. It is more, when we talk about what the existing law is. But furthermore, importantly, Representative Castro's bill does not establish a system of preferences. It doesn't pick favorites or disadvantage anyone. Current hiring practices of the State Department are consistent, as I've said before, with the current United States law. And I believe Mr. Perry's amendment would seek to change current law solely by targeting race. So it's not about a woke community or anything else, as he indicated. It's about current policy and doing the right thing and making sure our State Department is reflective of our country so that we can be the shining example when members of this committee moves around and travels and visit others, and they see our State Department and what they look like and where they're from, they'll see the whole of who we are as Americans. The greatest country that this planet has seen, not because we are perfect and have perfected everything, but because we're in search of becoming a more perfect union, which we're still working to do. So I oppose this amendment and urge all of my colleagues to do the same. Is there any further debate on the amendment? I recognize Mr. Castro for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And I agree, this bill isn't about giving preferential treatment to people of one race over another. It's about correcting the existing treatment some have experienced and making sure that the system truly is based on merit. And this bill would give everybody a fair opportunity to represent our wonderful country. And for those reasons and others, I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on amendment number 265. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested and pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. All right, now we'll proceed to the next measure. Pursuant to notice for purpose of a markup, I now call up H-Res 496. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 496, supporting the continued work of the United States African Development Foundation as it creates...
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with, and without objection, the resolution shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. At this time, I recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. I strongly support H-Res 496, urging the continuation of community-led development initiatives to promote economic growth and prosperity and address development needs in Africa, that's authored by the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Phillips. Africa is the fastest growing continent in the world by population. So only to not only maintain, but dramatically living standards will come from a faster economic growth. The United States African Development Foundation is an important part of this equation, and this resolution rightly lays out that the USADF's role in bolstering entrepreneurship, aiding female business owners, and pushing forward on electrifying off-the-grid parts of the continent. Moreover, if the United States is not playing a vital part in pushing African economic growth, one thing we can be sure of, and that is China, with its debt trap diplomacy and indifference to democracy and human rights, will try to fill that void. So, in my opinion, though, we should not only support this bill because of our fear of what China may or may not do. It shouldn't be China that's pushing us to make sure that we're helping the continent of Africa with things like off the grid. It shouldn't be China that's pushing us to make sure that we are bolstering entrepreneurship and aiding female businesses. That shouldn't be the reason why we're doing it at all. We should be supporting Mr. Phillips's bill because it's the right thing to do, irrespective of China or anyone else. So let us do the right thing. Let us help the fastest growing continent in the world by population. Let us make sure that we're working with the United States African Development Foundation so it can continue doing the right thing and giving a hand up. So I really want to thank Mr. Phillips for this resolution. It's thoughtful and it's right. And it's something that we can all be proud of. And I strongly urge all of my colleagues to support H-Res 496. Do any other members wish to speak on this measure? Mr. Phillips is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to thank Ranking Member McCall for working with Mr. Smith and me and our wonderful staff to include my resolution in today's markup. I also want to thank my friends and colleagues on the Africa Subcommittee, Chairwoman Karen Bass and Ranking Member Chris Smith, for working so closely with me on the resolution. The U.S. African Development Foundation has been working for over 40 years to bring economic opportunity to underserved communities throughout Africa. USADF has provided more than 3,400 grassroots and community enterprise grants in more than 40 sub-Saharan African countries to support African-designed and African-delivered solutions. USADF, along with its sister organization, the Inter-American Foundation, pursues development as it was meant to be by keeping overhead low and stewarding taxpayer dollars efficiently and effectively. These agencies are models for how our foreign assistance programs can and should function. USADF extends the reach of U.S. foreign assistance funds by leveraging money from private sector partners. For example, USADF used funding from the Citi Foundation to support youth and women-led African enterprises, and since 2016, Citi has provided more than $2 million to USADF for grants to young entrepreneurs from the U.S. government's Young African Leaders Initiative. USADF also focuses on youth entrepreneurship and employment to help create solutions for Africa's future. The foundation funds local Somali NGOs to train unemployed youth and to assist them in attaining employment and earned income. The program has been so impactful that USADF has since expanded this model with similar programs in the DRC, Nigeria, Senegal, South Sudan, and Uganda. In supporting this resolution, Congress is supporting the very important and effective mandate of organizations like the USADF as they continue to deliver sustainable economic growth and development solutions to communities throughout Africa, and by extension, help support our United States of America's foreign policy interests. I urge my colleagues to support this important resolution and the meaningful work of the U.S. African Development Foundation, and I yield the balance of my time, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. And
Maybe Zero hit the red X?
let me first give an apology.
Mr. Chairman?
One second, let me just need to give an apology real quick because the people of Minnesota have called me and said, I cannot give him away to Colorado. They want him for themselves. So it's the gentleman from Minnesota and not the gentleman from Colorado.
You confused us by the
Minnesota
snow.
will let him go. Who seeks recognition?
Chris Smith?
Mr. Smith, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of this bipartisan resolution, HJ Res 496, supporting the continued work of the U.S. African Development Foundation. The resolution is authored by my good friend and colleague, Dean Phillips of Minnesota, a fellow member of the subcommittee, and I'm very proud to be the lead Republican co-sponsor on this resolution. It recognizes the great work of a U.S. independent agency committed to economically bettering the lives of Africans for over 4 decades. The African Development Foundation does development right, working with people at the grassroots level to provide them with the means to better themselves, seek capital, which requires that beneficiaries also contribute financial equity or sweat equity. Since its inception, the USADF has been a capable steward of taxpayer dollars, keeping overhead low. Because of all of its small size and reliance on local implementing partners, USADF was rated one of the most efficient foreign aid providers by the Center for Global Development. Employing a 100% African staff on the ground and maintaining a strong network with women, youth leaders, and local NGOs in Africa, thereby helping create a culture of self-sustaining self-sufficiency, USADF has been able to work in conflict-ridden areas throughout the continent as well. Over 40 years, the USADF has achieved significant results, providing over 3,400 grassroots and community enterprise grants in more than 40 sub-Saharan African countries. It has fostered youth social enterprises in 37 countries and given nearly 2/3 of its grants to women. I'd like in particular to note USADF's role in helping connect people and businesses in Africa which have no access to electrical grids to power. Since 2014, USADF has awarded over $11 million to more than 110 off-grid energy enterprises, utilizing primarily solar and other renewable technologies. It has done this by enlisting private capital along with its own grants to maximize impact. Whether one is Republican or Democrat, we all should be able to rally around the USADF's model of efficient, people-centered development. And again, I thank Representative Phillips for promoting this bipartisan resolution. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on the measure? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to amendments. For what purposes does the representative from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that clarification. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment to staff virtually and the hearing room. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Phillips, number 28, amendment to H.Res. 496. In the 12th clause.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And the representative from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips, is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Africa's growth potential is tremendous. As one of the world's youngest and fastest growing regions, Africa will be home to nearly 1.7 billion people by the year 2030. And currently, almost 60% of Africa's population is under the age of 25, 60% under the age of 25, making it the world's youngest continent. With all of this great potential, our African partners are looking for the investment and partnerships necessary to improve prospects for economic growth and development throughout Africa. This amendment simply provides clarity that it is U.S. policy to continue sustainable development initiatives, promote economic growth and prosperity, and amplify African-led solutions on the continent, particularly among women and youth. So I urge all my fellow members on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? I want to also state that this amendment further improves an already strong resolution, and I've laid out why I stand in support of the USADF. American engagement in Africa and community-led economic development projects is extremely important, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment number 28. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purposes does the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk. I think it's number 268.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment to your staff virtually and the hearing room.
Yes.
Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Perry number 268, amendment to HRES 496, strike the
Without
next
objection,
clause.
further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And the representative, Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania, is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the efforts of my colleague, Mr. Phillips, and I do not rise in opposition to this resolution. However, this amendment highlights the fact that 370,000 individuals in 15 sub-Saharan African countries would not have to rely on inefficient and unreliable sources of alternative energy if former President Obama did not deny them, along with major Western countries and development institutions, the opportunity to power Africa with resources readily available to them, including coal. On June 26, 2013, then President Obama declared that, "Today, I'm calling for an end of public financing for new coal plants overseas." Not 3 years later, the Obama administration also imposed a moratorium on new federal coal leases, an action thankfully overturned by President Trump. When President Obama called for an end of public financing for new overseas coal plants, he signaled to international organizations that they could tie development assistance to renewable energy use instead of offering assistance to countries hoping to utilize cheap and effective energy resources right below their very feet. In other words, he signaled that Western countries and institutions must adopt a colonialist mindset toward low-income countries. These actions are indicative of the paragon of ethnocentrism, egocentrism, colonialism, and imperialism. What does that practically mean? It means people literally lost their lives because the far-left ideologues couldn't stand the thought of low-income countries developing their own nations as they determined best. Well, how imperial of us. No number of lives lost, however, is enough for the extreme green movement to stop imposing its radical agenda. This new administration and their far-left allies threatened to undermine President Trump's important reforms to the Power Africa program, which included de-emphasizing the use of inefficient and unreliable energy resources in favor of using affordable resources like coal, oil, and natural gas to provide electric grid access to African nations. How quickly and how easily we have forgotten how America lifted its own people from poverty. That's why I'm introducing this amendment today. The clause in question cites renewable energy resources and threatens to take low-income countries back to a time where opportunities for development were restricted to those who accepted condescending orthodoxy. Just because the Biden administration's rapid switch to inefficient, unreliable energy is essentially selling out our energy independence to China doesn't mean we have to impose that future on developing nations as well. To be clear, it is immoral to export these regressive policies to low-income countries who simply want to be able to use their own resources and give their own citizens access to an electric grid and a better way of life. Many Western institutions that we support, like the World Bank, impose restrictions on funds that prevent many African countries from building power stations to suit their own needs and abilities. Numerous African nations, including Angola and Nigeria, are world leaders in oil production and have enormous amounts of coal deposits in their own countries. However, the West continues to maintain with zero shame for their hypocrisy and imposition of double standards that those countries shouldn't be able to develop as Western nations were able to do. In the meantime, millions of people in low-income countries have to resort to very basic means, including burning firewood just to stay warm. I'm not here to castigate the work of USADF, far from it. This amendment simply points out that the only reason why we can't boast that we helped give hundreds of thousands access to an electric grid was because regressive leftist policies forbade those countries from exercising their own national sovereignty and developing according to their interests and their needs. I urge adoption of this amendment to make this bill better, and I yield back the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I oppose Mr. Perry's amendment. It strikes a critical part of Mr. Phillips' resolution that addresses the U.S. African Development Foundation's important work in supporting access to reliable and renewable energy in Africa. Let's be clear about two important facts. First, while a greater share of the global population gained access to electricity over the last decade, the number of people in sub-Saharan Africa who lacks access to electricity increased during that time. Second, the world is facing a climate crisis that requires us to immediately change the way we do business in the energy sector, which includes promoting the use of renewable energy sources and technology. As we said earlier, Africa is home to the fastest growing and youngest population in the world. So the work that USADF supports to reduce energy poverty in Africa is part of a broader effort, as authorized under the Electrify Africa Act, to promote first-time access to power for millions of people in sub-Saharan Africa. Renewable energy solutions are key to Africa achieving its sustainable development goals. And according to the African Development Bank, Africa contributes the least to global carbon emissions, yet remains the most vulnerable to shocks of climate change. We are working with our African partners on mitigation and capacity support in the energy sector, which can help them meet global commitments to reduce carbon emissions. Furthermore, diversifying energy solutions in Africa, including renewable energy, will increase investment in the African markets. I strongly support USADF's efforts to bring reliable and affordable power to urban, rural, and underserved areas in Africa, especially when that power is used to improve access to clean water, electricity, and other essential services that help lift people out of poverty. So please remember that the USADF is working to improve access to cleaner forms of energy, including renewable energy, for rural communities throughout the continent of Africa. And these efforts are part of a broader energy development strategy for sub-Saharan Africa that includes diverse and adaptable energy sources in areas where infrastructure is undeveloped. So we all know access to reliable energy sources is fundamental to improving economic growth, development, and prosperity in Africa. And that is why I support Mr. Phillips' resolution to urge continued support for the work USADF is doing in the community-led development space on the continent of Africa. This helps our African partners address the most pressing challenges surrounding inadequate access to power, to food, and other essential supports for livelihoods. I yield back my time. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Mr. Phillips, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too oppose Mr. Perry's amendment along with the underlying premise of it. 2 out of 3 people in sub-Saharan Africa, roughly 600 million people, lack reliable access to electricity. USADF's off-grid energy grants promote market-based solutions that connect people and businesses to electricity, particularly in rural and hard-to-reach areas. These communities often lack access to power generation and infrastructure, such as power plants and grids. That's why they require renewable energy sources to provide affordable, sustainable, and reliable energy. This is the key to reducing energy poverty in many parts of Africa, and I would make the argument that it is immoral if we do not do so. Renewable energy is not a new phenomenon in Africa. Rural communities in Africa and elsewhere have long used small-scale hydropower, biomass, and other forms of renewable energy sources and remain the lowest emitters of carbon in the world. Now, as the effects of climate change unfold right before our eyes, such as heat waves and wildfires and flash flooding, it is time to rise to the occasion and tackle our changing climate head-on without sacrificing energy connection and resilience. The United States has and must continue to help reduce energy poverty and unreliable access to electricity in Africa. We have the technology to develop solutions that are both sustainable and practical. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to oppose this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Smith?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I do rise in opposition to this amendment. You know, the language, I think, is very clear that we recognize that the Electrify Africa Act, which is a bipartisan law, it was enacted in 2016. Power Africa has provided electricity to over 100 million people in Africa, connected nearly 22 million homes and businesses to both on and off-grid energy solutions. And of course, this means power and light to schools, homes, hospitals, and businesses. I would point out to my colleagues that global energy inequality is so great that Americans use more electricity playing video games than is used by all of Nigeria, and that's a nation of about 200 million people. So one of the things that USADF does is, you know, connects entrepreneurs with, you know, not large power plant operations or operators, but with these smaller scale efforts to provide electricity. So I think this whereas clause is, you know, it's a very positive addition to the bill. I support it. When we were working on it, and said it ought to be included. And again, as it points out, through small grants model, 370,000 more people have access to power because of entrepreneurs that have been supported by the USADF. That is a good thing. We need more of it, not less. So again, I reluctantly, because I do respect my good friend and colleague from Pennsylvania, rise in support, in opposition. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment number 268. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to notice for purposes of, we're doing this one now? The question is to report H-Res 496 with the recommendation that the bill do pass as amendment. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and without objection of the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table, and without objection, staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. We'll proceed now to the next measure. Pursuant to notice, for purpose of markup, I now call up H-Res 497. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 497, condemning the murder of Alireza Fazeli Monfared.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with, and without objection, the resolution shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. At this time, I recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. I strongly support H-Res 497, condemning the murder of Ali Razik Fazali and Monfared, and the practice of so-called honor killings in Iran. Look, to me, this is really a simple piece of legislation. It is an absolutely terrible that Mr. Monfared was murdered for one reason and one reason only, being gay. It is even more disturbing to me that the killers were members of his own family. And it's entirely shocking that this, unfortunately, is all too common a practice in Iran. This resolution condemns the murder in question, as well as the Iranian regime for its failure to act to stop such similar killings. The resolution has nothing, I repeat again, nothing to do with any broader geopolitical issue. So I hope that all members of this committee are comfortable in condemning the Iranian regime for its failure to act on this brutal and inhumane trend. I strongly support this resolution and thank Mr. Cicilline for bringing it forward. Do any other members wish to speak on the measure?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cicilline is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to begin by thanking you for putting this resolution down for markup today, and wish to speak in favor of the resolution introduced by myself and Representative Young Kim, condemning the murder of Ali Reza Fazeli Monfared and the practice of so-called honor killings in Iran. I'm grateful to Representative Kim and her team for working in a bipartisan manner to call out Iran for allowing the abhorrent practice of so-called honor killings to continue to rob the lives of Iranians that dared to live freely, dared to live as themselves, and dared to love in spite of the consequences. Alireza Fazeli Monfared was one such young Iranian. Alireza was 20 and planning to seek asylum outside of Iran when he was forced into a car, driven to a secluded area, and callously murdered and left in a field. What's worse is that Alireza was murdered by members of his own family, who felt that Alireza had shamed their family for identifying as gay, that he shamed his family by questioning his gender and ultimately identifying as non-binary. The perpetrators then called Alireza's mother and confessed, telling her where her son's body could be found. Despite the killers confessing, no arrests have been made by Iranian authorities. Despite the rich and full life Alireza led, Alireza's mother was repeatedly told not to hold a funeral for him, because of whom Alireza chose to love. Iran would rather forget Alireza ever existed. And it's Alireza that brought shame These murders are not done out of honor. Where is the honor in a father murdering his 14-year-old daughter, Romina Ashrawi, with a sickle? Where is the honor in the legal counsel he received before committing the act in which he was told he would only serve a light sentence? Where is the honor in a family killing an 18-year-old pregnant woman, Somaye Fathi, by forcing her to drink aluminum phosphide? Where is the honor in a state like Iran that forced 19-year-old Fatima Barhi to return to her abusive marriage only for her to be beheaded for, quote, betraying her family? Where is the honor in a father beating his 22-year-old daughter, Rayhane Ameri, to death for arriving home after curfew? And where is the honor in allowing her to bleed to death over the course of 24 hours without calling for her assistance? These and the many other victims of these killings did not shame themselves. They fell in love, or they wished to flee abuse and find freedom, or they wished to live true to who they are. There is no honor in their deaths, only the shame of a state that allows for the gross disregard of human rights. Some estimates have found that these types of killings account for nearly a quarter of all murders in Iran every year. And because Iran refuses to supply those statistics to observers both in and outside the country, it's difficult to underscore just how many victims there are. With that in mind, this resolution condemns the murder of Alireza Fazeli Monfared. It condemns the dishonorable acts of so-called honor killings in Iran, and it calls upon the Secretary of State, the United Nations, and like-minded nations around the globe to publicly rebuke Iran for its failure to address the practice within its borders, to support efforts to independently gather statistics on the number of victims killed in this fashion each year in Iran, and to condemn Iranian human rights abuses against vulnerable populations, including abuses based on sex, sexual orientation, or gender expression. In 2021, loving who you want should not lead to your death. Wearing a certain type of clothing should not lead to your death. Attempting to escape abuse should not lead to your death. And the nation in which you live should not tacitly condone your murder based on a blatant disregard for human rights and the rule of law. I once again want to thank Representative Kim for working closely with me on House Resolution 497 and introducing it with me. And I also want to thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for your support of this resolution and on this issue, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Young Kim of California and thank her for her strong co-sponsorship and working closely with Mr. Cicilline on this very important piece of legislation, resolution, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. I am really proud to co-lead this resolution with Congressman Cicilline, and I want to thank you for your leadership. And I want to also add my voice to strongly condemn Iran for allowing honor killings to go unpunished and calling on the international community to hold the regime accountable for its human rights abuses. In May, as we heard, Alireza Fazel Monfared, a 20-year-old citizen of Iran, was murdered by his own family for identifying as a gay man. Too many individuals, confirmed or suspected to be of a different sexual orientation, are subject to extrajudicial killings at the hands of militias, local authorities, and even family members. All of these so-called honor killings are ignored by the state. Mr. Monfared's case is not an isolated one. In Iran, honor killings have been allowed to run rampant and lead to the murder of an untold number of women, girls, and individuals from other vulnerable populations. This Congress cannot be silent on Iran's egregious human rights abuses. So I urge my colleagues to come together in supporting this resolution and calling for its passage in today's markup. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on this measure?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment number 62 at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
1 second, just trying to see if there's anyone else have any. Mr. Perry is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The practice of honor killing and the tyranny of Iran cannot be accepted or abided by this Congress. The stories that the gentleman from Rhode Island imparted are probably just a smattering of what occurs on a regular basis. The horrific things that happen in the world cannot be abided by this Congress, and I want to associate myself with the remarks of the chairman, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Ilhan Omar for 5 minutes from Minnesota.
Thank you, Chairman. What happened to Al-Reza was a tragedy, and I join Mr. Cicilline and the committee in condemning not just his murder, but the practice of honor killings generally. I also would like to remind the committee that honor killings are not just limited to Iran and not limited to Muslim countries. Violence against the LGBT community and non-binary people is also in no way limited to Iran or Muslims. I look forward to working with the committee in making sure that we address the practice of honor killing, which is deeply rooted in many cultures around the world. It is also taking place here in our own country of the United States. I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Sarah Jacobs of California for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I join my colleagues today in recognizing and condemning the heinous abuses and murders of LGBTQI+ individuals abroad, particularly in this case in Iran. I want to thank my colleagues Congressman Cicilline and Congresswoman Kim for their efforts to recognize and speak against these abuses in a bipartisan manner. This resolution specifically condemns the murder of Alireza Fazeli Monfared, who Amnesty International reported identified as a non-binary gay man, and who was murdered specifically because of this identity. And I think that bears repeating. Alireza was subjected to repeated homophobic and transphobic harassment and death threats from several relatives until he was ultimately murdered by them. This heartbreaking and tragic story deserves to be elevated in this body. Like many places around the world, Iran continues to criminalize LGBTQ+ individuals and put their lives at risk of violence and discrimination. And as a leader on the global stage, the United States has to call out these egregious practices and shine a light on injustices abroad. As many of my colleagues know, the rights of the LGBTQI+ community are deeply personal to me. And as a member of Congress, it's so important that we keep speaking out, and in doing so, recognizing and respecting the gender identities and expressions of members of the trans, gender nonconforming, and non-binary community. I urge my colleagues to continue working in a bipartisan manner to protect the lives and dignity of the LGBTQ+ community, both abroad and right here at home. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on this measure? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to amendments. For what purpose does Representative Jackson from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment number 62 at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment to your staff virtually and the hearing room. Has everyone received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will please report the amendment.
Jackson Amendment number 62. In the sixth clause of the preamble, strike.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. Representative Mr. Jackson is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment hardens and strengthens Congress's posture towards Iran, and it could not come at a more crucial time. As you're all aware, last year, members of the Iranian parliament chanted "Death to America," and just last week, 4 Iranians were arrested in a plot to kidnap an American citizen and a journalist. These are not isolated incidents and are a couple of the reasons why the United States government correctly identifies Iran as the leading state sponsor of terrorism and why President Trump was correct in 2018 to withdraw the United States from the flawed JCPOA nuclear deal. Even still, the Iranians continue to prove they will violate the terms of this deal, as they announced plans to produce enriched uranium at the beginning of this month. The Biden administration is bizarrely pushing a policy of appeasement to the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism as they seek to return to the old deal without requesting any concessions. As Iran intensifies its malign activity across the globe and increases its nuclear enrichment, Congress must take a stand. HRS 497 is the first standalone bill this committee has considered that deals with Iran. While I agree with the underlying bill and appreciate the leadership from the members who introduced it, I do not believe it goes far enough. We must acknowledge the risk that Iran poses as it seeks to develop a nuclear weapon and the existential threat this creates for Israel, our most important ally in the Middle East. Israeli Prime Minister Bennett agrees with this, and he has commented last month on the fact that historically, Israel's prime ministers have a holy responsibility not to allow an existential threat to the state of Israel, which has previously come from Iraq, but now comes from Iran. Iran should be held accountable for its increased nuclear activity, murder of its citizens, and support of terrorist groups that seek to harm our allies. All should be taken into equal consideration as this committee and Congress develops our posture towards Iran. My amendment solidifies the sense of Congress that the President, the Secretary of State, and the Special Envoy for Iran should not attempt to rejoin JCPOA or any similar nuclear agreement with Iran until both the honor killings and the nuclear development cease. Mr. Chairman, I urge support of my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, sir.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself. I oppose this amendment in a very big way. The underlying resolution we are considering today is deadly serious. It's about honor killings in Iran and the gross violation of human rights members of the LGBTQI community and others face on a daily basis. We are considering this resolution so that Congress, country, in fact, the entire world focuses on the issues at hand. The human rights of citizens of Iran. This is not a resolution about Iran's nuclear program. This is not a resolution about our friend and ally Israel. Fact of the matter is, I just returned from Israel where I spoke with our allies regarding the threat of Iran's nuclear program and how we could work together to eliminate that threat. We also spoke about the importance of bipartisanship and not playing games with Israel's security. Unfortunately, this amendment is, in fact, an attempt to play politics with Israel. It is an attempt to distract from the human rights violations at hand, and it is an attempt to give fodder to political consultants to run advertisements. Now, this committee will deal with Iran's nuclear ambitions. We will work to defend our ally and friends in Israel because it is in our interest to do just that. But we will not play games such as this. And I ask all the members of this committee to focus on the issue at hand and oppose this amendment. And I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Recognize Representative David Cicilline for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, rise in opposition to the amendment, and thank you for the really strong words that you just delivered to the committee. I had hoped that the recitation of some of examples of these so-called honor killings, which are incredibly brutal and that involve individuals who are fleeing abusive husbands, people who identify as members of the LGBTQI plus community, a young woman who's doing something as simple as coming home after curfew, that this bipartisan statement about this abhorrent practice of honor killings and a strong bipartisan statement from this committee and from this Congress about our shared respect for human dignity and human rights is such an important responsibility in this moment. And to conflate this with a very different issue about JCPOA and what's the best way to prevent Iran from becoming a nuclear power, and lots of discussions about that. That's not what this resolution is about. It undermines the gravity of what we're trying to bring attention to, and in the bipartisan spirit in which this work has been done. I, too, ask everyone to vote no on this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Mr. Sherman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I join with the gentleman from Rhode Island. This is an important human rights measure which should not be turned into a partisan fight about the JCPOA. My first bill in Congress, I believe, in 1998, was to sanction the Islamic Republic of Iran's regime for its horrendous human rights record. But just because a nation has a horrendous human rights network and a record, in this case regarding honor killing, does not mean that you do not, on occasion, have to reach agreements with them. You don't make peace with your friends, you make peace with your enemies. And for the last century, all of our enemies, where we needed to conduct peace negotiations, had horrendous human rights records. Roosevelt dealt with Stalin, Reagan dealt with a Soviet Union that had a horrendous human rights record. For us to say that we will not take action designed to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon because of their human rights record is directly contradictory to Ronald Reagan reaching nuclear limitation agreements with the Soviet Union. Now, there are those who will say that we'll reach a bad agreement with Iran, or reach a good agreement with Iran, but this amendment would prohibit a good or a bad agreement, and whatever agreement we're going to reach to re-enter the JCPOA, whatever restrictions it imposes, whatever conditions and inspections, we don't know what they are. But we do know that this amendment would prohibit us from taking action to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons. I think that that is a mistake. Now, I know you can take an absolutist view on human rights and say we should conduct no business and have no agreements with any country that does not protect its women from honor killings. If that's true, then where is the bill to prohibit any business or transactions with a host of countries that are oil-rich that also, along with Iran, have a terrible record on honor killings? Are we going to forgo an agreement to limit a nuclear weapons program because we're concerned with honor killings, but we're not going to make a corporation forgo $1 million profit because we're not that concerned with honor killings? I look forward to having an agreement with Iran under which they ship their enriched uranium stocks out of the country, limit the number of centrifuges, and then take the additional steps a year or two later to make sure that those limitations on their nuclear program are made permanent. One problem with the current draft of the JCPOA. The second problem I have with this amendment, it says that you cannot reach a nuclear agreement with Iran until Iran is no longer a nuclear threat. Well, why would you reach a nuclear limitation agreement with countries that are nuclear threats? That's the whole point. Why have a law that says you cannot enter into a nuclear weapons limitation agreement with a country unless it demonstrates that it's not a nuclear threat? In that case, we could only enter into non-proliferation agreements with Paraguay and Luxembourg and similar countries that, as far as I know, do not pose a threat to the non-proliferation regime. So to have an amendment that says you cannot enter into a nuclear limitation agreement with Iran as long as it remains a nuclear threat is an absurdity that may just come from, well, I don't know where it comes from, but I think there's excessive partisanship in marring our attempt to do what the gentleman from Rhode Island well stated, which is to condemn Iran for its terrible honor killings and failure to prevent them, whether it be of women or the LGBT community or others, and at the same time not to make that resolution partisan. So I oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request. Is that Mr. Mass? Recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I would simply, if my colleague, Mr. Jackson, wants the time, would yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mass. I think I've said all I need to say there. I appreciate your time, though. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further request to speak, the question is on the amendment number 62. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded
I
vote.
request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed.
Why did you do that?
All right, now let's move on to the next measure. Pursuant to notice for purposes of markup, I now call up H.R. 4526, the City and State Diplomacy Act. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 4526, a bill to establish an Office of City and State Diplomacy within the State
Without
Department.
objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with, and without objection, the resolution shall be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I now, at this time, recognize myself to speak briefly on the measure. I am strongly in favor of H.R. 4526, and I appreciate the sponsor, Representative Liu, for this important legislation. And of course, note that he is from the sunny shores of the greater Los Angeles area. The original co-sponsors on this bill include my friend from South Carolina, Representative Wilson, a place that will always be so close to my family and my heart, as he knows, and often as we see individuals, he so states. Congresswoman Wagner, representing the great state of Missouri. Congressman Cicilline, representing the great state of Rhode Island, where I hope during this August recess I get to visit. And Congressman Castro showing out for San Antonio, Texas. As great as all of those places are, as the final original co-sponsor on this bill, I must say there is no place that's so great that they had to name it twice. Of course, I'm talking about New York, New York.
It's Queens, not New York.
Nice.
It is common sense to all of us here that we all represent different districts with unique cultures, climates, histories, and economies. So it should go without saying that our districts likewise will have different interests, priorities, and preferences as they engage with other parts of the world. This legislation will help cities and states of all stripes manage global affairs. It authorized the State Department detailees to serve with city and state governments to support their diplomatic efforts, and establishes an Office of City and State Diplomacy at the State Department to coordinate federal policy and support for subnational engagement. I believe that this is very important legislation, and I strongly commend Representative Liu and all of the co-sponsors for their work on this bill, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker,
Any
Mr.
other-
Chairman.
Mr. Wilson, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am very happy to join with Chairman Greg Meeks, native of South Carolina, to support House Resolution 4526, the City and State Diplomacy Act. I'm grateful for the leadership of the state of South Carolina in international engagement on the subnational level. Organizations like the Columbia World Affairs Council in South Carolina and the Sister Cities International have had a success in working with state and local leaders to facilitate relationships between leaders across the globe. I've had the opportunity to work closely with Sister City programs of Columbia, South Carolina, along with Congressman Jim Clyburn, with Chelyabinsk, Siberia, Russian Federation, Cluj-Napoca, Transylvania, Romania, Plovdiv, Bulgaria, and Kaiserslautern, Germany. It is important that the State Department formalize subnational diplomacy and work for leaders from our state and local governments to strengthen ties that further U.S. national interest. This does not provide or include states or cities to enter into treaties with foreign powers. I deeply appreciate the initiatives of our local mayors and state governments, county governments to connect with counterparts across the globe, and I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Ted Lieu, for his work on this initiative, and I urge my colleagues to support the measure. I yield back.
Any other members wish to speak on the measure? Mr. Lieu of California, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first say how pleased I am to introduce this bill along with my colleague, Congressman Joe Wilson, and also honored that Congresswoman Ann Wagner has co-authored this bill as well. This legislation actually passed the Foreign Affairs Committee last term on a bipartisan basis. I hope it'll do so again. Across the country, our cities and states are laboratories of democracy. They are places where innovative policies are developed on everything from trade to resource management to public safety. But our cities and states are also instruments of U.S. diplomacy. For years, mayors and governors have been engaging with their foreign counterparts around the globe to share best practices and strike agreements on a range of issues. No wonder that many other countries have invested significant resources in subnational diplomacy. The growth of subnational cooperation has enabled cities and states to play an increasingly significant role in foreign policy and complements the efforts of the State Department. These engagements support U.S. trade and investment, facilitate cooperation on energy and environment, increase the health and safety of our citizens, and promote people-to-people exchanges. Today, global networks made up of local government officials are at the forefront of harnessing the power of cities and states to advance international cooperation. It is in the interest of the United States to promote these subnational engagements, align them with national objectives, and leverage federal resources to enhance their impact. For too long, however, our cities and states have been conducting this subnational diplomacy with little to no support from the federal government. This is a missed opportunity by both sides. My legislation being considered today, the City and State Diplomacy Act, seeks to address this major gap. This legislation that I'm doing with Joe Wilson and Ann Wagner will do two things to bolster city and state diplomacy. First, it will establish a new Office of City and State Diplomacy at the State Department to coordinate all federal resources needed to support our mayors and governors on the world stage. This office will be headed by a senior official of an appropriate rank to represent the U.S. at international forums and develop the agreements necessary to facilitate more subnational engagement. The office will also coordinate federal policy and resources to support cities and states as they engage with their foreign counterparts. Second, the legislation authorizes State Department detailees to city halls and state capitals across the country to advise and assist our mayors, council members, and governors and help them achieve their specific international objectives. I'm pleased this legislation not only has support from my colleagues across the aisle, but also from across the country as well. This legislation has garnered the support of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the American Forest Service Association, Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson, and a number of former senior State Department officials from both Republican and Democratic administrations. Thank you again for considering this legislation and look forward to receiving an aye vote. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to speak on the measure? Hearing no further requests, let's move on to amendments. For what purposes does the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk number 266.
Clerk should distribute the amendment to your staff virtually and in the hearing room. Clerk, please report the amendment.
Perry number 266, amendment to HR 4526, add
Without
at the end.
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with and a point of order is reserved, and the representative, Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania, is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill creates an absolutely superfluous ambassador-level office at the Department of State. In many cases, it's duplicative of already ongoing efforts and seem to be more about promoting Obama-era nostalgia than about instituting any meaningful reform. The bill tasks the head of the Office of City and State Diplomacy with coordinating overall U.S. policy and programs in support of subnational engagements by U.S. state and municipal governments with foreign governments. The State Department would dispatch a civil employee or foreign service officer to state and municipal governments and teach those subnational entities how to engage with foreign counterparts. Now, here's the thing. Corporations in large cities already have international affairs offices and don't really need foreign service officers to hold their hands and explain foreign policy to them. Now, let's run through the gamut a little bit. Houston, Texas, hosts the Mayor's Office of Trade and International Affairs. According to their website, this office has welcomed heads of states, built international diplomatic ties, attracted foreign direct investment, and assisted Houston business in seeking markets abroad. Los Angeles, California, which some members of this committee have the privilege to represent, also hosts an Office of International Affairs, which, and I quote, builds relationship with local and global partners to bring more jobs, opportunity, cultures, ideas, and visitors to L.A. Great for them. New York City. New York City also has the Mayor's Office of International Affairs, and according to Mayor de Blasio, that office cultivates critical partnerships with the international community that strengthen our ability as a global leader. San Francisco has an international affairs office, as does Chicago, as does San Antonio, as does Seattle, as does Washington, D.C. Large companies in our nation, including Walmart and Nike, also have international offices. In America, we vote for elected officials to do this work. There's accountability when we disagree with them or when they mess it up. There's no accountability with this agency, none whatsoever. It's also worth assessing to what extent dedicating resources to subnational entities runs the risk of state and municipal governments normalizing the establishment of foreign policy on behalf of the United States. And it's not a hypothetical. The Constitution grants no such prerogative to state and local governments, but we've seen that attempted already. In 2014, the government of Quebec linked its cap-and-trade system for greenhouse gas emission allowances to California's as part of the Western Climate Initiative, the WCI. Members of the WCI, which at its inception included the U.S. states of Washington, Oregon, New Mexico, and Arizona, created a common cap-and-trade system and established greenhouse gas emission regulations among the initiative members. Now, while almost every state has since left the initiative, California is still pursuing a unilateral foreign policy objective separate from the United States of America. According to the Quebec government's website, Quebec and California are continuing their excellent collaboration and are committed to maintaining and further developing their regional carbon market. Problem is Quebec isn't signatory to the Constitution of the United States nor bound by any of it. Now, for the constitutionalist and the textualist among us, most of us up here anyhow all of us up here that allegedly raised our hand and took the oath to defend the Constitution, I wish there were more, but Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution clearly states that no state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation. Put quite plainly, we don't need additional California-like violations on our Constitution, and any effort regarding subnational cooperation with foreign governments ought to be carefully monitored. For everyone's situational awareness, California was sued by the Department of Justice in 2019 for illegally entering into the WCI. This is the business of individual mayors and individual governors. It's what we hire them for. If you think that Wellsville, Pennsylvania, or Millersburg, Pennsylvania, or East Pennsboro Township is going to compete with Houston, or Dallas, or Los Angeles, or New York, well, I think you've got a myopic view of how things are going to work at the State Department under this policy. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the balance.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Who seeks recognition?
gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner.
Ms. Wagner is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member also for holding this markup today. And I will speak in sharp opposition to the gentleman's amendment. As I wanted to advance the HR 4526, the City and State Diplomacy Act. And I want to thank Representatives Liu and Wilson for their work on this bipartisan legislation. This bill passed the House, I will remind the committee here in Foreign Affairs with unanimous support in the 116th Congress. And I appreciate the chair again bringing this bill before the committee. Diplomatic initiatives conducted by American cities and states are a powerful and largely untapped foreign policy tool that the United States must take full advantage of in order to compete effectively with adversaries like Russia and China. Subnational governments have a unique capacity to build long-term relationships of trust in places where the federal government simply does not have the ability to achieve the same success. For example, as co-chair of the ASEAN caucus, I have heard so many Southeast Asian governments who want and need strong American leadership in their region. But these countries are in China's backyard. They fear Beijing and are reluctant to put a target on their backs. Robust engagement with U.S. cities and states allows Southeast Asian countries to build critical economic and personal relationships between their citizens and Americans, advancing U.S. interests and promoting the prosperity of local communities across the United States. As the People's Republic of China grows increasingly aggressive and erratic, these people-to-people ties will form the backbone of a coalition of like-minded countries intent on preventing the PRC from leading a resurgence of authoritarianism. States and cities are already engaging with foreign governments through sister city initiatives, international affairs offices, and trade and economic initiatives. But with additional support from the Department of State, the United States will ensure that these efforts advance rather than undermine U.S. policies aimed at ending genocide and human rights abuses, preventing human trafficking, and curtailing the influence of malign powers. The City and State Diplomacy Act will establish an Office of City and State Diplomacy at the State Department to support subnational governments in their diplomatic initiatives and ensure that these programs align with the key objectives of U.S. foreign policy. It is in our national interest, Mr. Chairman, to fully leverage the diplomatic networks that cities and states have built to strengthen global respect for the rule of law, human rights, democratic institutions, and personal freedoms. And in doing so, we will bolster economic opportunity for Americans across the country, not just those in the biggest cities. I urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill, H.R. 4526, the City and State Diplomacy Act, and I do not support, and I would ask my colleagues to oppose the gentleman's amendment. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. You know, I started not to say anything on this myself because I think that obviously everyone should know that I oppose this amendment, but I think I better make sure that the record is clear that I oppose this amendment. It undermines the entire bill, and it ties Congress's hands that it authorized for the office in the future. This bill is supported by municipalities of all sizes across the country and would allow state and local officials to leverage the expertise of the State Department in its international engagements, and anything that would hinder those events would, before they would even get off the ground, is irresponsible. And so I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. This is even good for Pennsylvania, the great state of Pennsylvania. So I oppose this amendment and ask my colleagues to do so as well. Is there any further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wilson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's, of course, very rare that I disagree with my appreciated colleague and seatmate from Pennsylvania. But I join with Ambassador Congresswoman Ann Wagner of Missouri and Chairman Greg Meeks of New York, and that is that the City and State Government Act provides and authorizes no funds. It simply establishes an Office of City and State Diplomacy at the State Department, which, based on the state's typical hiring practices, should be existing State Department employees. Additionally, it empowers state and local governments to conduct diplomatic initiatives that will help their businesses and communities, reducing the burden on the state, on the federal government, and ensuring these governments have a say over policies that directly impact their constituents. It also includes reporting requirements to ensure congressional oversight. Additionally, the City and State Government Act does not authorize states or cities to enter into treaties with foreign powers and should not be construed to support such efforts. On the contrary, the bill would reduce instances in which subnational governments seek to circumvent U.S. policy and go rogue by giving the State Department a tool to work with these governments, preventing embarrassing incidents. It will also facilitate what we have seen very successfully in South Carolina of honorary consul programs with Slovakia, Bulgaria, the Republic of Georgia, and Denmark. Also, my home state of South Carolina has trade officers to promote investments for creation of jobs in Tokyo and in Frankfurt. With this, I urge defeat of the amendment reluctantly and also yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment number 266. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. All right. For what purposes does Representative Perry of Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 267.
The clerk should distribute the amendment.
Okay. Well, the problem is, well, I'm defer to the chair. Whatever you want to do. If you want to vote at 10, that's fine.
Clerk, would please report the amendment.
Perry number 267, amendment to HR 4526. Add at the end
Without
of the
objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and a point of order is reserved. And Representative Perry from Pennsylvania is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman, and while you didn't like the last amendment, since my good friend from Missouri brought it up, maybe you'll like this one regarding China, and I think that from all the testimony, it should be evident that the City and State Diplomacy Act is completely unnecessary for U.S. foreign policy. We already heard about all the different states and offices and businesses that are currently conducting all this business without this office. So why we're willing to create a new bureau at the Department of State with unlimited hiring authority, quite honestly, is beyond me. I'm a realist, and I acknowledge that until January 3rd, 2023, there will be little opportunity to stop irresponsible, wasteful legislation on the committee level. That being said, we should, in my opinion, in the interim, be able to work in a bipartisan fashion on the issues that matter to all Americans. The Office of City and State Diplomacy, if it is to be formally constituted, should be precluded from funding any efforts to promote any kind of economic relationship with the Communist People's Republic of China. In confronting the myriad threats posed by the People's Republic of China, it would be the height of irresponsibility to allow subnational entities to compromise our negotiating position in any way, whether the issue at hand is confronting human rights abuses, tariffs, or the CCP's outsized influence in our capital markets. There can be zero hope for success in confronting the threat that the CCP poses without a unified effort to prevent funneling hundreds of billions of dollars into CCP coffers for their military modernization efforts and for the continued perpetuation of genocide against minority populations. Our efforts in nearly every other sector of competition with China will be undermined until the United States turns off the funding spigots of China's increased modernization. Last week, I submitted a report from the Prague Security Studies Institute into the record. This report highlighted that the CCP companies complicit in genocide or else complicit in assisting the PLA's modernization efforts have relatively easy access to Western capital. In recent years, the United States had paid increasing attention to the presence of these companies in our capital markets, but many Americans are still unintentionally subsidizing these entities. The absolute last thing our country needs to do is have state and local governments undermine the enormous progress the federal government has made on this issue. This issue must receive bipartisan support. In November of 2020, the Trump administration published Executive Order 13959, which mandated immediate divestment of securities of Chinese Communist military companies on the Pentagon CCMC list. The Biden administration broadened this on June 3rd to include Chinese military-industrial complex companies and immediately sanctioned 59 additional companies, and I applaud the administration for that action. We're making important strides to ensure our citizens aren't responsible for financing the People's Liberation Army or egregious human rights abuses in China. It is in the national security interest to prevent China from pinpointing individual opportunities to undermine our resolve. So I hope this would be viewed as a friendly amendment and that we would all want to make sure that we're not assisting China in destroying the West and democracies and becoming the global hegemon. And with that, I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. And unfortunately, Mr. Perry, I oppose this amendment. I know you're shocked. It ignores the economic realities of the world we live in and the function of state and local economies across the United States. This amendment would hinder the ability to effectively negotiate in any of their interactions with the second largest economy in the world and our third largest trading partner. It would ensure that when the state and local governments do need to engage with Chinese companies or municipal governments, that they are on their back foot because their State Department office would be unable to advise or counsel them. By contrast, this bill will help equip local officials with a better understanding of what they're dealing with, make them vigilant about China's unfair economic practices, and prepare them to engage their Chinese counterparts on a stronger footing. Instead of helping our state and local governments outcompete China, this amendment will put them at a disadvantage. And so I cannot support it, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. Is there any further, I yield back the balance of my time, and is there any further debate on this amendment? I recognize Representative Ted Lieu of California. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond to some of the points made by Representative Perry. I know that he mentioned a number of cities such as LA, Houston, Chicago, San Antonio that had subnational offices. And that's exactly the point why we need this bill, because medium-sized cities in Pennsylvania don't have those offices, because many medium-sized cities across America don't have those offices. That's why we need this legislation to give medium-sized cities the benefits that some large cities already have in terms of subnational diplomacy. And then in terms of all these trade missions, it's going to happen whether or not we have this office. So we need to have this office to go in and do exactly what Representative Perry wants, which is to say, hey, maybe you shouldn't be talking to this particular Chinese company or government official or agency because maybe they are somehow connected to the PRC or so on. And that's exactly why we need to align what we're doing at the subnational level with what we're doing at the national level. And I also agree with Chairman Meeks that we can't ignore economic reality. China is the United States' third largest export market. I note that in Pennsylvania, for example, exports to China supported 26,500 American jobs. So we can't just say, hey, let's just stop doing exports
to a place that buys lots of products from the United States of America. What we can do is have this office align the objectives with what our cities and states are doing and say, hey, maybe there are better ways for you to do this trade mission, or maybe there's certain companies you want to avoid or certain places you want to avoid. And that leads to a reason for why we want to support this bill, not oppose it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing no further requests to speak, the question is on the amendment number 267. We're going to take a vote by voice. All members, please unmute your microphones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I
Without-
request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 4A2. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. So we're going to vote on the postponed amendments and reporting to the House. But before we do, I think I'm going to recess the committee, after which, because I think votes are coming up very shortly, and there's going to be a long vote count. I'm not going to bring the members back after votes on the floor, and we will have votes, we don't have a lot of them, starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. This committee is in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
That was a little better than last time.